Hello, everyone. Sorry to interrupt you in between, but don't forget to subscribe to Epic Canon for more manga recaps. And if you're waiting for the next part, you can join as a Patreon member and request the next part. Thank you for listening.
Luo Chen sat on the ground dizzy and with ringing ears. He felt pain all over his body, especially on the outer side of my right chest. Even a deep breath feels like being pricked with needles. I'm pretty sure it's a fractured rib. Having worked as a food delivery driver for several years, he was very familiar with this level of injury. Luo Chen was filled with remorse. He shouldn't have taken the shortcut to save time, and he shouldn't have taken chances. But now that it has happened, he can only painfully look around to understand the current situation, hoping it's not entirely his fault. However, Luo Chen immediately froze. Something's not right. I think I just bumped into a taxi. But here's a pink luxury sports car, this. Luo Chen broke out in a cold sweat, if it was entirely his fault. He was doomed should we play dead first. Just as he was agonizing over his situation, the door of the pink sports car opened. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a silk spaghetti strap dress and high heels, stepped out of the car while talking on the phone. A look of disgust and worry on her face, yes. The other party was a food delivery driver. It was raining and I didn't see where he came from. It's probably entirely his fault, right? Upon hearing the beautiful woman say he was fully at fault, Luo Chen panicked suddenly. His eyes lit up. Your car was on the double yellow lines in the middle of the road. It's entirely your fault, haha ouch tilde. Luo Chen's wound aggravated his pain, causing him to gasp in pain. Only then did his tense nerves relax. But what followed was a sharp pain in his brain, as if a claw was frantically churning inside his skull. Luo Chen's joy turned to sorrow. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, clutching his helmet and curling up on the floor, convulsing and struggling like a maggot. This kind of non-physical pain is even more unbearable. But strangely it remained sliver of consciousness. And his thoughts were, this can't be. A helmet and seatbelt are always safe. I'm definitely wearing a helmet, at worst. I'll suffer a broken bone, how could my brain be injured? Just then, suddenly, something seemed to shatter in his mind, and a flood of memory fragments erupted instantly. Then, Luo Chen was surprised to find that his head didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. After a long while, he was once again utterly shocked. What? I've actually time-traveled, moreover. He transmigrated into the body of a food delivery worker named Luo Chen. No, I wore nothing at all. But he immediately dismissed this guess, because among the numerous fragments in his mind, he discovered many things that were completely different from what he had imagined. At the same time, an extremely strong obsession surfaced in his mind. I want this aloof beauty in front of me to give me a good review. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. No. If the other party is fully responsible, shouldn't I be thinking about what brand of car to get? But her obsession was so strong that it seemed her head would split open again if Luo Chen didn't agree. Holy crap, UF G1. Luo Chen had no choice but to sit up shakily from the ground again. The struggle just now had at least ruled out a fatal injury. As soon as he looked up, he saw the aloof beauty from before staring at him in disbelief, a look of fear finally appearing on her face. Several other delivery riders had already gathered nearby, seemingly filming with their phones. Feeling more confident, Luo Chen forced a smile. Beautiful lady. Isn't this entirely your fault? The aloof beauty remained silent but also did not deny it. Luo Chen took a careful deep breath, pulled out his phone, and casually glanced at the screen. Then he said to the aloof beauty, is your user ID ending in 9527? Could you please change the review for the takeout you received earlier? More than half an hour later, Luo Chen limped out of the Happiness Pharmacy, carrying a bag of medicine, iodine solution cotton swabs, gauze and medical ibuprofen. The card balance is 3 digits. Luo Chen searched his memory for a moment before heading in one direction. That should be where the original owner of the body had rented a place. The promotional video for a game was constantly playing on bus stop signs, vehicle advertisements, and even on the light screens atop buildings. A life-changing opportunity, a bridge to advancement. A cradle for pursuing dreams, Apocalypse New Century welcomes you. Luo Chen grimaced as he walked forward, glancing at the advertisements plastered all over the street. Those who have suffered this type of injury know that even if you're in pain all over, if you can still walk slowly after 10 minutes, then it's not a big problem, it's just a superficial injury. At most, there might be some cracks in the ribs, which are difficult to treat and usually heal on their own. It took him about 20 minutes to walk into a slightly dilapidated neighborhood. Panting heavily, he finally arrived at the door of room 404 in Building 4, which he remembered, and opened the door with trembling hands. My whole body aches except for my head. Luo Chen was once again relieved thankfully. His brother had bought the helmet out of his own pocket, and the quality was top-notch upon entering. He found the house almost bare with nothing inside. At this moment Luo Chen couldn't help but complain. What kind of shabby house did the original owner's own brother rent in order to save money? They're even worse off than I am after closing the doors. Luo Chen carefully sat down on the worn-out sofa in the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and took the ibuprofen first, then stretching his body. He managed to take off his thick winter delivery uniform, revealing extensive abrasions on his arms and legs. After examining the wounds, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully. They were all just superficial injuries. After using up almost half a bottle of iodine, he finally finished treating his wound and was completely relieved. Apart from the occasional sharp pain in my chest, everything else feels numb. I feel a slight urge to urinate. Luo Chen touched his crotch and was pleasantly surprised to find something that finally satisfied him after transmigrating to the present. You're awesome kids, you are 18 years old. After using the restroom, he reluctantly put on a set of cotton pajamas, and only then did he feel like picking up a delivery box from the shoe cabinet by the door. After opening the box, Luo Chen's feelings became very complicated. Inside the box was a gaming helmet made of polymer material. It was this helmet that caused Luo Chen, his half-brother in a parallel world, to almost empty his savings. A gaming helmet with a price difference of just 1 yuan, but less than 100,000 yuan. Only then did Luo Chen calm down and begin to organize the various fragments of memory in his mind. This parallel world is called the Water Planet. The place where he was located was a coastal city in the Eastern Federation. The common currency here is the federal credit currency, and its purchasing power is about the same as in my previous life. His half-brother, also from a single-parent family, was practically an orphan. Aside from being a bit more handsome, taller, having better skin, a stronger build and bigger, well, he's no different from me in every other way. As for why the original owner risked being hit to stop that aloof beauty sports car, it was simply to get her to change her bad review. If these were all the memories he had, Luo Chen would have to call himself an idiot. But all he wants to say to the original owner of this body right now is, "Brother, you're a genius." Luo Chen took out his phone and excitedly opened the backend of the food delivery app. The data was clearly displayed. Writer Luo Chen completed 1,000 orders that month, with 1,000 positive reviews, 100% positive reviews. The reason I'm working so hard is entirely because of this gaming helmet in my hand. This is also the source of the original owner's powerful obsession. His half-brother, who wasn't born in the same father but had a different mother, had actually traveled back from 3 months in the future. So well, I just got into a car accident and ended up having my soul transmigrated. Hopefully, he can also transmigrate into his past life's body. In his past life, Luo Chen not only had 200,000 yuan saved in his bank account, but also an inherited house back to the present. This brother went to great lengths to get this 100% positive review because, after the game started, he obtained an incredible bonus reward by doing so. The game character gains 10 free attribute points. In his previous life, The original owner chose to add 10 points to Holy, resulting in incredibly powerful early game development, the first Taoist in the entire server to summon a divine beast, the first Taoist to wield the dragon pattern sword, and the first Taoist to reach level 40. He also made millions and won the heart of a beautiful woman. However, due to her overflowing maternal instincts, blind arrogance and stubbornness, she was betrayed and not only lost all her wealth, but her character in the game was also reduced to a blank slate. Players level 7 and above lose 20% of their experience for each death. Even more bizarre, 3 months later, game intrusion incidents began to occur throughout the entire Federation. It was only then that the original owner realized that Apocalypse New Century was not just a game. But it was too late. Not only had his advantages vanished, but he was also powerless to resist the crisis, ultimately ending in a miserable defeat. Good news. He's been reborn. Bad news, he's been thwarted again. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel guilty. His brother was really unlucky. On the other hand, the Eastern Federation on this water sphere seems to have a completely haphazard gaming industry. In the original owner's memory, there were no decent large-scale online role-playing games. There are quite a few strategy and puzzle games available for single-player use. Of course, this could also be related to the federal government's philosophy on technological development and societal perceptions. Simply put, the tech tree seems to have been developed in a somewhat skewed way. Therefore, is virtual reality holographic online game. Apocalypse New Century was highly valued by major investors as soon as it was released, and was heavily promoted in just half a month. It is said that more than 1 million virtual reality gaming headsets have been sold. Even the health-preserving gaming pod priced at 999 yuan, the more expensive Ultra version, are in short supply. The new era of Apocalypse will officially launch tonight at 9 p.m. This is also why the original owner desperately wanted positive reviews. Luo Chen checked the time. There were still several hours left. He just took 2 ibuprofen tablets and is feeling a little sleepy now. So, Luo Chen decided to lie down on the sofa and take a nap to recharge. To avoid oversleeping, he plugged in his phone and set 4 alarms in a row. A few hours later, before the alarm clock rang, Luo Chen woke up naturally. The first thing I felt upon waking was that my whole body felt like it was being bitten by hundreds of ants. And it ached terribly. He reluctantly picked up his phone, glanced at the time, a little past 8. Luo Chen turned off the alarm clock, injured the soreness, and boiled a kettle of water. Tonight I'll just have some instant noodles. After eating and drinking his fill and cleaning up, Luo Chen took 2 more ibuprofen pills. Friendly reminder: always read the instructions for OTC medications before picking up the gaming helmet and skillfully putting it on. It was 8:50 according to his memory. Luo Chen knew that at 8:55, the game would randomly open a pre-entry mode for some players, which meant that they could create accounts, choose names, and select professions in advance. It was at this time that the original owner encountered that incredible Easter egg last time. Therefore, Luo Chen was a little nervous. Time passed little by little. Just as Luo Chen was feeling somewhat uneasy, a pleasant female voice rang out. Dear player, welcome to Apocalypse New Century. Here you will begin a brand new life. Would you like to view the game introduction? In Luo Chen's virtual vision, a curtain slowly opened. Just like in a 4D holographic movie, Luo Chen's spirits lifted. It had finally begun. In order to perfectly replicate the process of the original owner obtaining the Easter, he did not choose to skip it, but instead watched the 90-second introduction. Then the account creation process began. Following the original owner's memories, Luo Chen directly bound the account to his ID number and set a secondary independent password. Next comes the most crucial step. Just as Luo Chen's heart rate was approaching 120, the pleasant system voice finally rang out. The system detected that the player's real-world profession has a 100% positive feedback rate for a certain period, triggering a hidden game mechanism. You have gained plus 10 free attribute points. Luo Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat. It's done next. The system displayed the game character's underlying attribute panel, with values flashing at the top 10 in his previous life. The original owner chose the +10 holy attribute and the Taoist class. After entering the game, the damage of all Taoist skills was multiplied, which led to his glory. Luo Chen quickly glanced at the attribute panel, preparing to add points to Hollywood. Suddenly he was jolted. At the very bottom corner of the properties panel, there's a small arrow. His gaze fell on the arrow. He clicked it and the attribute panel flipped to a new page. Upon seeing the contents of the second page, Luo Chen's eyes widened and he gasped, "Holy crap." Several new base attributes for the game character were suddenly displayed on the panel. Base attack points, 0 coefficient 1/5, 1 point of free attribute adds 5 points of attack. Base magic points, 0 coefficient 1/5. Basic Taoist skill points, 0 coefficient 1/5. Base luck points, 1 coefficient 1 maximum value 10. Base attack multiplier 1 maximum 2. Success rate 50%, success +0.1, failure -0.1. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Chen frantically clicked on basic luck. With this, why bother choosing a sacred object? After a series of actions, the base luck points became 10. But there is one free attribute point remaining. Luo Chen subconsciously tapped the base attack multiplier. The attack multiplier luckily became 1.1. Luo Chen was immediately filled with doubt and uncertainty. If all the free attribute points were added to the attack multiplier, it seemed pretty awesome, however with a 50% success rate. And the chance of failure, I'll just forget about it. Next, we need to confirm the character's class and name. The original owner chose a Taoist priest in their previous life, whose name was Heluo, Taoist god. But now that everyone's lucky enough to reach level 10, why bother choosing a Taoist priest? This time we're choosing warriors. As for the name, well, to keep it low-key, let's just call him God of Rookies. Fortunately, it seems that not too many people logged into the game early, so there were no name conflicts after everything was done. The scene shifted to the final challenge, character customization. Luo Chen felt that the character in front of him resembled the original owner, but was not quite perfect, so he took action and sculpted it. After you've finished shaping it, why does it look like a ruthless bandit? Just as I was about to revert to the original version. At exactly 9 o'clock the game officially launched. Luo Chen stopped worrying about the character's appearance and went straight into action. Upon entering the games, he immediately noticed a gigantic ginkgo tree overhead, its canopy blocking out the sky, and instantly knew his birthplace, Ginkgo Valley. According to the original owner's memories, Luo Chen learned that this Apocalypse New Century was very similar to the legendary tales on Earth. But there were also many deeper differences in its essence. However, while the initial basic settings aren't exactly the same, they're definitely very similar. Therefore, Luo Chen did not hesitate. Directly equipped himself with the ordinary cloth clothes and wooden sword in his backpack, and then quickly ran towards the entrance of the beginner village. The white light from which players spawned flashed past like raindrops. If you were even a little slow, you'd be trapped inside. Luo Chen was only a few seconds faster than some other players of similar skill level. But in those few seconds, he was the first to select his assistant Xiaomin. And without even looking at hers, he accepted the first beginner's task in a flash. After accepting the mission, Luo Chen rushed into the vast herd of deer outside the gate and started running around aimlessly. The player following behind him immediately raised his weapon and attacked the nearest deer. Luo Chen ran for a short while before spotting a deer that turned and walked away. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and swung his sword at its rear. The deer let out a mournful cry but did not retaliate. It continued to flee. Luo Chen chuckled and chased after him, striking again with his sword. Holographic games are so awesome. Back in my past life, when I played Legend of Myra's a newbie fighting a deer, I'd miss about once every 2 attacks. But in holographic games, if you aim accurately, you're almost guaranteed to hit. Moreover, Luo Chen confirmed the attributes of Luck 10. It really was the maximum attack value with every hit. He was finally completely relieved and full of confidence, this time. The soldiers were the right choice. A level 1 warrior has a base attack of 3-6 points, and a wooden sword with an attack of 2-5 points, which means Luo Chen's current attack power is 511. However, with a base attack multiplier of 1, the actual maximum attack power reaches 12. After just 2 attacks, the fleeing deer let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Luo Chen immediately stepped forward to cut the meat. In this holographic game, players simply need to keep an eye on the prey on the ground that can be harvested. A few seconds later, Venus meat has been discovered. Venus meat has been discovered. The same prompt appeared twice in a row. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his backpack. Sure enough, in the backpack besides the last candle, there were 2 more pieces of meat. His gaze shifted upwards, and the quality of the meat became apparent, 21/10, 21/10. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good luck. In the game Legend of Mirrors, deer that will actively run away usually have meat of quality higher than 10. And there is a very small chance of digging up 2 portions. After finding these 2 pieces of meat, Luo Chen stopped looking for anything special and stopped digging for meat. Instead, he quickly began killing the deer beside him. Warriors of levels 1-4 require 100, 200, 300, 400 experience points to level up, while a deer requires 15 experience points. Due to the large player base of Apocalypse New Century, not only are semi-closed newbie zones divided according to the geographical location of the Eastern Federation, but the number and speed of monster spawns are also several times faster. The area of the field map of Beach Province has been increased by about 30 times proportionally. As for the number, although all Apocalypse players are on the same server, each Bichon province is essentially a huge newbie zone. In the original owner's memory, there were about 10 such provinces in Bichon, which were independent of each other and not connected during the first 7 days after the server opened. It was not until the major merger a week later that earth-shattering changes occurred. Of course, once you leave the Bichon province map, you enter a cross-server area, where the difficulty of fighting monsters increases dramatically. Therefore, these 7 days are the golden time for Luo Chen's development. Before a large influx of players arrived, Luo Chen had all 70-odd deer to himself. My level has successfully reached level 5 now. More and more new players are coming to his vicinity and starting to steal monsters. Luo Chen didn't continue instead. He went against the current and squeezed back in front of his assistant. Xiao Min he chose to submit the first task. After clicking on his assistant Xiao Min's profile, Luo Chen was instructed to find and talk to the butcher. But the reason Luo Chen accepted the first mission was for this moment. He chose no. Sure enough, assistant Xiao Min didn't close the chat. Instead, a new dialogue box popped up. Dear player newbie gods, the blacksmith seems to be facing some troubling problem. Could you go and help him? Okay, Luo Chen didn't linger. He weaved through the crowded sea of players, found the butcher NPC, and started a conversation to complete his quest. Find a piece of venison of quality 15 or higher and receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Then Luo Chen sold him the second piece of venison, which was of quality 2110. This time I actually got 1050 gold coins, yes. High-quality venison sold directly to NPCs is worth more than submitting a quest. But this is a series of tasks after leaving the butcher. Luo Chen struggled to push through the shouting players around him and found the blacksmith, where he began a conversation. The blacksmith requires you to kill a certain number of monsters and reach level 5 or higher. Since Luo Chen's level had reached level 5, after some maneuvering, successfully obtained a weapon. Bronze sword, weight 9, durability 6/6, attack 3/7. Requires level 5. That feels good. Luo Chen used the gold coins he had just acquired to directly purchase 2 random teleportation scrolls, costing 220 gold coins. He also bought 6 small bottles of healing potion, costing 528 gold coins. The area around the starting village is now overrun with players vying for monsters. making it unsuitable for leveling up. Luo Chen crushed a random teleportation scroll and flew into a dense forest. Opening the large maps, he was astonished to discover that this was actually the very center of the map of beach. Also knew the map had been enlarged, but he didn't expect it to be this big 30 times larger. I won't be able to run back in a minute, I'll be exhausted. Just then the roars of orcs echoed from all around. Luo Chen then noticed that the surrounding forest was full of monsters, and there wasn't a single human figure in sight. The player base hasn't yet spread here. His mood improved, which was exactly the effect he wanted. So he took his bronze sword and approached a lone orc, and swung it at him. The orc has 30 health points, an attack power of 4, a hit rate of 6, and 1 point of defense. So Luo Chen must strike first. The first sword strike hit its mark accurately. The orc lost 13 health points immediately, drawing its aggro, and swung its bone club at him. Luo Chen did not dodge, but instead unleashed a second sword strike, which struck again. The orc has 4 health points remaining. The orc's attack also hit him, causing him to lose 5 health points. A level 5 warrior has 44 health points. So Luo Chen was not afraid at all and swung his third sword. As a result, it missed. Luo Chen was frustrated. He had aimed very accurately, but the system was really playing dirty. But this is just a game, so Luo Chen had no choice but to dodge. But even though he dodged, he still lost 4 health points. Holy crap! Luo Chen was instantly enraged and slashed his sword at the orc. Damn system. The sound of the bronze sword striking flesh rang out. The orc let out a wail and collapsed dead. Experience points plus 25, moreover dozens of gold coins. A small bottle of wound medicine and a piece of cloth robe were found scattered on the ground. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief. Does the system have a penchant for being scolded? Masochistic tendencies. He picked up the gold coins and healing potions, intending to attack the next monster. But then he suddenly remembered that this was the first piece of equipment he had ever obtained. So he decided to pick it up anyway. This is a good omen. Luo Chen glanced casually at the person in plain clothes and suddenly sensed something was off. Top tier. No way, you are just a commoner. Why would you release a top-tier item? And it's a woman's item, for crying out loud. Cloth armors, female, weight 5, durability 4/5. Defense 2/3, excellent +1, magic defense 0/1. Magic 0/1, excellent +1, requires level 1. Luo Chen shook his head as he looked at the attributes. Forget it, I'll just put them away for now. After assessing the orc's strength, Luo Chen continued clearing out the monsters. The orcs dropped a decent amount of potions. Half an hour later, Luo Chen not only hadn't used up all his healing potions, but also had more than a dozen small bottles of magic potions in his backpack. As for equipment, nearly 20 pieces dropped. Apart from the cloth robe at the beginning, all the others were ordinaries. What Luo Chen can use himself are 2 bronze rings with 0/1 attack, 2 iron bracelets with +1 accuracy, and a gold necklace with +1 agility and 0/1 attack. He also threw out a dagger with an attack power of 4/5. But for Luo Chen, increasing his attack floor was useless. Having killed nearly 100 orcs, he had already reached level 7, and his experience bar was almost full. Level 7, time to learn some skills. Luo Chen opened the large map. Quite hesitant, Apocalypse New Century had enlarged the map of Bichon province by dozens of times proportionally. Running away was definitely out of the question. Should he teleport randomly, or should he just hang back? But looking at the things in my backpack, even though they weren't very valuable, I still felt uncomfortable about them being exposed. Forget it, let's just go with a random one. Luo Chen crushed another teleportation scroll. A flash of white light, and a building suddenly appeared in front of Luo Chen. He was immediately relieved. Good luck. We can go straight back to the city. But then something felt off. Why was it just a large thatched hut? And why was there no one around? Even though there are only 1 million players right now. Even if we temporarily divide it into 10 parts, there should still be talent everywhere. Luo Chen walked from the back of the thatched hut to the front gate, and then realized that he had unknowingly flown to the home of advanced warriors. Luo Chen was a little frustrated in his memory. Only warrior players could come here to accept quests before level 7. But he was almost level 8, but since he was already there, Luo Chen clicked on the high-level warrior NPC. To everyone's surprise, he can still accept missions. Luo Chen immediately realized, with such a large map like Apocalypse New Century, some mission requirements must have been slightly adjusted. Luo Chen blinked and laughed. Perfect. We can even save money on skill books. He continued talking to the NPC, and was then teleported into a garden map, where he was given 5 minutes to clear out the monsters inside. This was a piece of cake for Luo Chen. His current base attack power is 3-6 Bronze Sword 3-7, 2 Bronze Rings 0-2 Necklace 0-1, and total attack power is 6-16, with the blessing of Lucky 10 and a base attack multiplier of 1. Every hit deals 17 points. These lambs to the slaughter are easy prey. 1 minute later, Luo Chen reappeared at the advanced warrior's house, spoke with the NPC, received the basic swordsmanship reward, and immediately began learning it. After learning the skill, I felt incredibly relieved. Next, Luo Chen planned to travel towards Bichun City while leveling up by defeating monsters. Just then, a group of players found their way here. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. Does this world, the Apocalypse New Century, have a strategy guide? But then these players taught Luo Chen a lesson. Brother son, what's this house doing here? Wan Mei, there's a house in the game, it's normal. Zio Ji, you guys go in and check. See if there are any monsters. Boss, there's a high-level warrior here. A few of us can take on his quest. The boss immediately flew into a rage. Why can only warriors accept this quest? Are you looking down on me, a Taoist priest and Wan, a mage? Tell him we have to accept the quest too, or I'll have my legal team sue him for professional discrimination. Bodyguard Zio Jai awkwardly said Bossum. The high-level warrior is an NPC. The boss's breath hitched, then he said coldly, Zio Jai, your bonus for this month is gone. Bodyguard Zio Jai panicked immediately. Boss, please don't, it's all my fault for not explaining clearly. Sister-in-law, please put in a good word for me. Wan spat and rolled her icing. What are you yelling about? The boss's expression changed from gloomy to cheerful, and he chuckled, letting Zio Jai off the hook. On the other side, Luo Chen was deeply moved. Perhaps this is what all online games should have been like in their original form. Without prior experience or a travel guide, adventure was everywhere, and everything was so new and exciting. Every experience was a first. Luo Chen shook his head, shaking off these emotions, and then, with several bodyguards on guard, smiled as he walked towards the Taoist player. Hello, boss, and hello, boss lady. Interested in making a deal, this Taoist player, also known as Boss Sun, first stopped the bodyguards who were approaching, then looked at Luo Chen with a playful glint in his eyes. Not bad, young man. Coming all the way here to level up all by yourself? Well, I'll give you a chance then. What's up? Luo Chen glanced at the female mage beside him and nodded to himself. This girl is pretty. Even if her appearance is adjusted by 20%, the range of image adjustment allowed in Apocalypse New Century is plus or minus 20%. She's still a beauty, so he confidently said, I have a superb dress here that would be perfect for the proprietress. The word boss lady made Mr. Sun's eyes crinkle with a smile. Let me see. Luo Chen directly set up an item display, a game setting that allows players to view equipment attributes publicly. Mr. Sun frowned when he saw that it was still a simple cloth garment. That's it. Don't you have anything better? Luo Chen was taken aback. What? Do you want a bikini or something? However, he remained outwardly calm. This top-tier item adds 1 point to defense and 1 point to magic. I guarantee the landlady will absolutely love it. Wan, who was standing next to her, immediately brightened up, her face showing surprise upon seeing this. Boss Sun immediately understood and said generously, Sure, name your price. Luo Chen originally intended to sell it for around 100 gold coins. But considering that the wealthy guy with bodyguards in front of him might not have money in the game, he said cash is acceptable as for the price. Consider it as you buying your sister-in-law a dress in real life. Oh yeah. Selling it for 2 or 300 yuan would already be a huge profit. Sun Do was taken aback, raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother, you're something else." Then glancing at Wan Meimei, he readily added, 5,000, that's too low, it's embarrassing. Luo Chen was immediately shocked, holy crap. Reverse price negotiation. He had originally hoped to sell it for 2 or 300 yuan, which would have been better than expected. But Boss Sun cut the price down to 5,000. But thinking about it, it makes sense in the world of the wealthy. Even a simple piece of clothing would cost more than that. Therefore, Luo Chen decisively applied for a trade. A moment later, he received a notification from his bank card linked to the game that 5,000 federal credits had been deposited into his account. Luo Chen was overjoyed. Boss Sun, it's not that I'm trying to rip you off. You're the one who set the price, thighs kind of suckera. A high-quality customer, I have to hold on to him, however. Directly asking to add someone as a friend would obviously be a bit presumptuous. What? Seeing Wan's younger sister happily changing into the finest clothes, Luo Chen's eyes lit up and a plan formed in his mind. Hey, Mr. Sun, I happen to have a hexagonal ring with a magic level of 01 and a silver bracelet here. Consider them free gifts with the clothes I just received. After saying that, he directly traded the 2 pieces of equipment over. Boss Sun was visibly taken aback and hesitantly accepted the items. You got all of these? My whole team didn't get many pieces of equipment. Luo Chen nodded inwardly. It's a sure thing. Next, he took out all the equipment from his backpack, including the potions and the dagger, and distributed them to Boss Sun's bodyguards. The bodyguards immediately beamed with joy. Luo Chen smiled calmly. Just lucky. How about we add each other as friends? It'll be easier to keep in touch if you get any more top-tier equipment. This time, Mr. Sun agreed without hesitation. After completing the transaction, Luo Chen was about to leave when the boss named Sun Dada called him back. Here, this is a return stone, it's yours. I can't take advantage of you. Luo Chen was startled and quickly took it. The drop rate for this kind of item is extremely low. Aside from bosses, the most common drops are from scarecrows, followed by orcs in the original owner's previous life. Many studios and gold farming players, even those already in their 20s, would still hunt down newbie-level scarecrows and orcs. All for this reason, Luo Chen was somewhat astonished. The boss's luck is incredible. The drop rate for this kind of item is practically 1 in 10,000. Unexpectedly, Sunda laughed heartily. You can just buy it directly from the online store. It's very cheap, only 300 yuan each. Holy crap. Luo Chen suddenly realized that poverty had limited his imagination. A new memory flashed through his mind. In the game Apocalypse New Century, one had to recharge 1 million federal credits in one go to gain access to the in-game store. Of course, it only sold consumable items, and they were expensive. For example, the price of the return stone at professional merchants stabilized at 100 credits, and it later became the anchor item for gold coin transactions. Luo Chen immediately felt that he had made a rich friend. After saying goodbye to Sun Dada and his group, he immediately used the return stone. A return stone can be used 10 times. At 300 yuan each use costs 30 yuan. Damn, it's almost the price of a taxi in real life. Despite his complaints, Luo Chen still chose to return to the city directly. Then found the teleporter and spent 1,000 gold coins to teleport to the great city of Bichang. In the early stages of the game, time is money. Upon arriving in Beechcraft as expected, it was packed with people. Many players don't even bother fighting monsters. They just chat and joke around in the safe zone, just for the novelty. But 7 days later, they will regret it. Luo Chen weaved through the crowds to reach the beach bookstore, clinging to a sliver of hope. He quickly flipped through the catalog of skill books for sale, but found nothing of interest. In this apocalyptic new century, there are no advanced skill books for sale in bookstores. Luo Chen wasn't too disappointed, since the original owner's memories didn't contain this kind of information. Next, without wasting any more time, he bought half a backpack full of loose bottles of healing potion and a bundle of random teleportation scrolls. Went straight to the veteran in beach and teleported to the natural cave map, which is the well-known Skull Cave. This time he chose the warrior role. The best path for him was to kill monsters in the Skull Cave to reach level 16, and then switch to the zombie cave after his basic swordsmanship reached level 3. In the original owner's memory, the zombie cave on the second day after the server opened was very important. He killed a zombie king in a peculiar corner of the map and obtained a summonable divine beast. Therefore, after teleporting to the entrance of the Skull Cave, Luo Chen paid no attention to the many players asking to team up, and directly used a random selection to arrive at the depths of the Skull Cave. Then he immediately put on the candle, damn it. This new century of apocalypse doesn't even have wax-free options. Surprisingly, this wasn't in the original owner's memories. Luckily, the candle wasn't thrown away. Luo Chen looked around and found that there weren't many players here. It seemed that the server had just opened and everyone was still exploring the entrance. But he still sped up, killing monsters as he made his way toward the entrance to the second floor. Some studios and elite players in this world will soon be able to figure this out. The monsters in the Skull Cave are relatively easy to defeat. Just be careful of the axe-throwing skeletons. Moreover, the monsters here are quite experienced. Skeleton 75 experience points. Axe-throwing skeleton 80 experience points. Skeleton warrior 90 experience points. There are also cave maggots that can petrify players. You can dig out maggot eggs, a raw material for making red poison, for which you get 60 experience points, scorpion. You can dig out its tail, a raw material for making red venom. 45 experience points. Cave bats have a small chance of dropping town portal scrolls and a large amount of gold, and grant 25 experience points. What's even more surprising is that skeletons drop potions very generously. Basically for everyone you kill. You'll get 1 to medium-sized magic potions or healing potions. Luo Chen only picked up a moderate amount of wound medicine. As for magic potions, didn't need them right now. With enough potions, Luo Chen was having an incredibly satisfying time killing monsters. An hour later, he arrived at the location on the second floor below. The map of Skull Cave has also been enlarged to the same scale. After clearing out the dense horde of monsters, Luo Chen was preparing to head to the next level when his game helmet beeped. His linked phone was ringing. Luo Chen frowned. It's so late, who would be looking for him? However, he still found a safe corner to log off and then took off his helmet. Just then there was a loud B********G on the door, accompanied by a strong but anxious middle-aged woman's voice. Young man, are you still alive? Luo Chen struggled to sit up from the sofa, only to realize that his whole body ached terribly. Damn, I didn't feel any pain at all during the game. Luo Chen limped toward the door and pulled it open. At this point, the middle-aged woman standing at the door breathed a sigh of relief, then raised an eyebrow and said in an unfriendly tone. She didn't even answer the phone, making me come upstairs and knock on the door. It ruined my game of mahjong, holy crap. No ma'am, aren't you being a little unreasonable? It's the middle of the night and you're the one bothering me. But suddenly a terrifying memory surfaced in his mind. This terrifying memory is about why he rented room 404 in Building 4. It turns out that the previous tenant of this house was a somewhat reclusive and beautiful woman. It is said that she rarely went out and spent her days doing some superstitious things. 6 months after she started renting the placid landlady, the same woman from earlier came to collect the rent and was horrified to find the beautiful young woman sitting on a recliner in the living room. A mysterious smile on her face, lifeless. Around her were runes and props that the older women couldn't understand. The landlady was terrified and immediately called the police. But after several days of investigation, the police had to come to a conclusion. The young woman had died from an overdose of psychotropic drugs due to her obsession with various forms of anime and occultism. After that, the old lady's house was never rented out again until the original owner, Luo Chen, took it over. As for why the original owner rented this place, the main reason was simply that it was cheap. To ward off bad luck, the landlady generously waived his rent for the first 3 months and promised to have all subsequent fees as well. The original owner had planned to find someone to share the apartment, but more than 3 months had passed during this time. 2 fellow delivery riders were hired, but after learning the truth, they moved out overnight. This puzzled the original owner. It's not a murder room. How could it be haunted? As for Luo Chen now, he has to give the original owner a thumbs up. Bro, you're awesome. No wonder this house looks so bare. The landlord threw it all away. The landlady is looking for him now. She's here to collect the next quarter's rent, young man. Look, this lady waived your fees for 3 months. And you've been staying here without any problems. Shouldn't you pay the 6,000 yuan for the next quarter? That's half price. You won't find that even with a lantern. Luo Chen was immediately astonished. Auntie, you call this nothing? Then he rolled up his sleeves and trouser legs, showing the landlady the shockingly large abrasions on his body. The woman was startled and took several steps back, almost falling down the steps. What happened to you? Luo Chen shrugged habitually, then winced in pain. Well, I got hit by a car for no reason. The woman started to feel guilty and stammered. This has nothing to do with me, then with a mournful face, she said, I must have had the worst luck in my life. How could I have been so greedy for that girl's rent? I should have kicked her out long ago. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through the stairwell, startling the middle-aged woman. She quickly clasped her hands together and S-A-I-D Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I was just being mean. I didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart, beautiful lady. After saying, Thatch immediately went downstairs, saying as she ran, young man, you can continue living here. We'll talk about the rent later. Luo Chen looked back at the open door and the window on the balcony that he had deliberately left a crack, and shook his head helplessly. Isn't it normal for there to be a draft? So timid. Another gust of cold wind blew by, and Luo Chen shivered, quickly closing the door. After he sat back down on the sofa, he looked at the empty living room and chuckled to himself. What am I so afraid of? I just transmigrated and I'm covered in injuries. Moreover, even if there is a female ghost, it's okay, I'm single. After some mental preparation, Luo Chen put on his helmet and lay back down on the sofa. This little bit of time wasted could have saved me so many monsters. I logged back in and it was still that safe corner. However, many skeletons spawned around the area, and there were 3 axe-throwing skeletons in the distance. Luo Chen glanced at his nearly full backpack, casually popped a bottle of wound medicine into his mouth. No big deal. A few minutes later, a lot of ashes remained on the ground, and this time my luck improved a bit. I got a level 10 usable short sword and a level 13 usable bronze axe. After killing so many skeletons, he's now level 11 and can equip a short sword right away. Short sword, weight 9, durability 8, attack 311. Requires level 10 with his base attack at level 11. It has become 3-7. And Luo Chen's total attack has now reached 621. Each strike deals 23 points of attack power multiplied by 1, making it incredibly easy to defeat skeleton monsters. At that moment, several groups of players appeared in the distance. Luo Chen immediately went down to the 2nd floor, when suddenly several axes flew towards him, startling him so much that he froze instantly. Damn it. Why are there so many axe-throwing skeletons at the entrance? Just that burst of concentrated fire reduced the level 11 warrior's 100 health points to only 41. He began to sympathize with the next wave of players entering. Amen. Luo Chen is currently in a fairly large space, with monsters scattered around, making it easy to defeat them one by one. Even the skeleton warrior with the most health here, wielding a giant scythe, Only needs 5 hits to take down 110 health points. One monster every 3 seconds, incredibly fast. The skeleton warrior can only attack Luo Chen twice with its exaggeratedly designed scythe, making it relatively easy to defeat. Defeating a skeleton warrior grants 100 experience points. And so, Luo Chen advanced toward the entrance to the 3rd floor, fighting monsters along the way in the distance behind. The distinctive screams of a player dying could be heard. It seemed they had fallen victim to the axe-throwing skeleton. Soon, Luo Chen reached level 12. Levels 12-13 require 10,0 experience points, but it's not difficult. Killing 100 skeleton warriors is enough. Because he was quicker and the monster density on the 2nd floor was high. With no one competing for monsters, Luo Chen reached level 13 in about 20 minutes. He immediately switched to his new weapon, Bronze Axe. Weight 10, durability 10, attack 0, 15 requires level 13. The attack power reached 27. As for the items dropped by monsters, aside from occasionally picking up a few bottles of healing potions, I just glance at the other ordinary equipment and throw it away unless it's top tier. As for the weapons, he only picked up the bronze axe to examine it. The others were ignored. Don't say Luo Chen is generous. The main problem is that a weapon without an attack limit is useless to him. As for whether there will be any exceptional items, even the finest bronze swords, iron swords, and short swords aren't worth much. Another skeleton warrior has been killedanned finally. A huge loot drop has arrived. Luo Chen suddenly noticed a special item lying on the ground. Random teleportation stone. Luo Chen immediately picked it up and saw that it could be used 50 times. This immediately cheered him up. This thing was worth about the same as a return stone. In the rich man's mall, one item costs 300 credit coins. As for the other items, besides a few bottles of potions and a bunch of 2,000 gold coins, there was also a large bracelet. This item is good. But Luo Chen isn't too keen on replacing his +1 accuracy iron bracelet. After all, he doesn't lack potions right now, and accuracy is more useful to him than defense. But upon picking it up and examining it, Luo Chen immediately changed his mind. A top-tier item with an attack power of 0-2. A surge of joy finally welled up inside him. This is no easy feat. After fighting for so long, I've only gotten one good item, and it even directly increased my attack by 2 points. Large bracelet, weight 2, durability 11, defense 1-1. Attack 0-2, excellent, +2, requires level 9. Now every strike deals 29 damage. After changing his equipment, Luo Chen noticed that other player teams were already appearing around him. However, he wasn't surprised. Given the sheer number of players, this was to be expected. Although Luo Chen is a warrior with a lucky 10 rating, he is ultimately fighting alone, so he won't gain a significant advantage in the early game. Of course, at this stage he does not intend to use his information advantage to fight some big bosses before level 25. Warriors do not have the ability to fight big bosses alone until they have learned the assassination sword technique. This is completely different from Taoist players. As long as a Taoist learns the poison technique, theoretically they have the potential to wear down any boss. Luo Chen wasn't in a hurry. His priority at this stage was leveling up. After killing more than 500 monsters, Luo Chen finally descended to the 3rd level at this moment. His level had also broken through to level 15 after level 15. The warrior's base attack power increases to 4-8. His attack power is 428 plus a coefficient of 1. 1 meaning every hit exceeds 30. Luo Chen stood at the entrance to the 3rd level of the Skull Cave, looking around and seeing nothing but densely packed monsters. It seems no players have set foot here yet. Luo Chen didn't start clearing the monsters from here, but instead randomly moved to a corner. If other players come in later, leave the monsters at the entrance to them. The monster density is higher in this corner. He smiled with satisfaction, gripped his 2nd bronze axe. The first one had lost all its durability and he had already thrown it away, and swung it at the nearest skeleton warrior. After 4 strikes, the skeleton warrior turned into ashes. Unexpectedly, the first monster on the third floor dropped a piece of equipment for Luo Chen, the bullhorn ring. Luo Chen picked it up and examined it, wow, a minor gem. Of course, even with the added 2 points of attack. This beginner's equipment was still only a super minor gem. Bullhorn ring, weight 1, durability 6, defense 0-1. Attack 0-3, excellent +2, requires level 9. After equipping the bullhorn rings, Luo Chen's attack stat increased to 430, with each attack dealing 33 damage. Now he kills monsters even faster. 3 hits to take down a skeleton. 4 hits to take down a skeleton warrior. Levels 15-16 require 40,000 experience points. Half an hour later, a golden light flashed from Luo Chen's body. First stage goal, reach level 16 achieved. Looking at the skeletal monster in front of him, Luo Chen decided not to continue developing his character here. The skeleton cave didn't drop anything particularly good, so it was better to move on to another location. Just as they were about to return to the city, they suddenly heard a roar unlike any other monster. Luo Chen was taken aback. Was that the voice of the skeleton spirit? Although he hadn't intentionally sought out this boss, since he'd encountered Ith, might as well take it down. This is a sign of respect for the boss. Gamers generally can't resist the temptation of defeating bosses. After Luo Chen killed dozens of monsters, he saw the Skull Cave boss, the skeleton spirit, in front of a downward-facing cave entrance. It was a huge fiery red skull holding 2 long, 3-pronged spikes in its hands. Red eerie light emanated from the sockets of its smooth head. Luo Chen wasn't nervous at all. This monster looked scary. But it only had 500 HP, 80 magic resistance, 0 defense. In other words, based on Luo Chen's current attack pattern, 16 strikes would be enough to finish it off if he didn't miss. So Luo Chen walked straight toward the skeleton spirit. After easily dispatching the surrounding mobs, he withstood the boss's attacks and fought it head-on. Luo Chen currently has 163 health points and more than a dozen medium-sized red potions in his backpack. So he's not worried at all. Just a few dozen seconds later, the skeleton sprite exploded into a large pile of ashes, making the monster hunting experience utterly unpleasant. However, as the first kill, it gave Luo Chen a huge loot drop. Luo Chen quickly examined the fallen items. Somewhat disappointed, 2 large piles of gold coins, 1 small pile of gold coins, 2 bottles of potent sun water, 9 bottles of medium-sized healing potions and magic potions, poisoning spell temptation light, offensive sword technique yellow crystal necklace, blue crystal ring Taoist bracelet magic helmet, medium armor mail and a soul breaker, some trash. He wasn't even too interested in the level 19 offensive sword technique for warriors. In the latter half of the night time in the game is the opposite of reality. He planned to go to the zombie cave, where he would have no shortage of such skill books. Of course, he had already decided to return to the city, so he picked up all the items on the ground, since his backpack was still empty. A level 16 ordinary medium armor, with 3-5 defense and 1-2 magic resistance, is just right for him to use right now. It's passable. A level 16 blue crystal ring, with magic defense 0-2 and attack 1-0. Luo Chen definitely won't wear it. A level 20 weapon with soul break has an attack of 8-10 and accuracy of +2. It's practically useless no matter where you put it. A level 13 yellow crystal necklace, trash with Taoist skills 1-0, a level 20 Taoist bracelet, Taoist skill 0-2, excellent +1. Finally, something worth something. And then there's the magic helmet, which is actually a pretty useless piece of equipment, especially hated by mage players. Wait a minute. Magic helmet, weight 4, durability 9, 11, defense 0-1. Magic resistance 1-1, attack 0-4, excellent +4. Requires level 14. Luo Chen gasped, holy crap. From the moment the server opened until now, except for that one moment when the Easter egg appeared, Luo Chen was once again extremely excited. This is an absolutely amazing piece. It seems that the Skull Cave can still yield top-tier items. Skeleton Spirit, I admit I wronged you, you're a true gem. When you do play, something gets a game changer. Furthermore, with a base attribute of luck of 10. Could it not only unleash maximum attack power but also have hidden effects? He had just put on his magic helmet when suddenly everything went dark. Luo Chen's first thought was, the power's out. Then it dawned on me, the candle had run out of power. He immediately returned to the city. And the light was restored. I glanced at the time, it was almost 1 a.m. It seems that the candle prop will be used for about 3 hours. Although it was late at night, the entire safe zone of Beach City was bustling with activity. The public chat was flooded with messages, refreshing like a waterfall. Merchants and guilds were springing up everywhere, along with various teams recruiting, forming groups to fight monsters, and shouting for buying and selling. After observing the merchants' advertisements for a while, Luo Chen didn't hesitate and chose Haina Bai Chuan Fatty Jin, whom the original owner remembered as having considerable power, and opened a private chat. Level 20 Taoist Bracelet, Level 20 Soul Breaker, low-level skill books Poisoning Technique and Temptation Light. Sold as a package, name your price. Less than 10 seconds later, Fatty Jin replied via private message, 150. 0 gold coins or 300 credits, need to add me as a friend. It seems the current in-game currency ratio is 1:500. The game has just launched, and the demand for gold coins is very high. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. This fat man's asking price was reasonable. Only the bracelet was valuable, of course. He understood what he meant, so he promptly added him as a friend. Proposed a trade. Trading was allowed within the same safe zone, and then put all the items he had just requested into the trade, along with a yellow crystal necklace and a blue crystal ring as a bonus. Click to confirm and Luo Chen will receive 150. 0 gold coins, yes. 5,000 credits were deposited into my bank account a few hours ago. I'll use game currency this time just in case. After dealing with the backpack, Luo Chen bought 3 bundles of medium-sized wound medicine. Looking at the time, although it was sunny in the game, the opposite of reality, Luo Chen still struggled to squeeze out of the crowded safe zone. Found the vendor at the city gate, and bought a brand new torch and 2 bundles of random teleportation scrolls. Then, he desperately squeezed back to the vicinity of the safe zone, found the veteran of Beach, and spent 2,000 gold coins to teleport to the beach mine zombie cave. Latest plan, reach level 19 before 9 a.m. in the real world. After being teleported, Luo Chen ran for a while before entering the Bichon mine, also known as the zombie cave. As soon as Luo Chen entered the cave, he was surprised to find it bustling with activity. Hundreds of players are mining here, however. Luo Chen quickly realized the weapon shop sells pickaxes, so players would definitely buy one to take a look. And naturally, they would connect it to the Bichon mine and come here to mine. Are there really that many level 11 players? These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. But they did not stop Luo Chen from using a random teleportation scroll to head deeper into the zombie cave. Although everyone's level is not high right now, the zombie cave on the first floor is still full of players. Among these players, the main force must be the mages who have learned the fireball skill. The zombies here have the same name, but they are divided into 4 types. The most common zombie, the zombie that can reviveth crawling zombie, and the monk zombie that can emerge from underground. Luo Chen didn't linger on the first floor. He continued fighting monsters as he headed towards the upper left corner of the map. Several tens of minutes later, he passed through a hole and arrived at the map mine area B. Level 1, there aren't many players left here. Only a few teams are cautiously clearing out the monsters. In Luo Chen's Memorith's map wasn't very big, but in the Apocalypse New Century, it was magnified at least 10 times this time. Instead of teleporting randomly, he carefully advanced along the cave wall in one direction. After all, the zombies' attributes are significantly higher than those of the monsters in the Skull Cave. The zombies all have 155 health points and 160 experience points. Although they have no defense, their attack power is 1216. so being surrounded by them can be really tough. As for why Luo Chen came to level B of the mine, it's because most of the zombies here are monk zombies. Luo Chen had always had a feeling that the drop rate of this monk zombie was better than that of the other types. More importantly, it will not come back to life. The map of the B level of the mining area can actually be divided into two parts, similar to a plateau and a basin. Luo Chen is now clearing out the monk zombies very quickly. He is currently level 16, and after equipping a magic helmet with +4 attack, his attack stat is 434 with each hit dealing 37 damage. The bronze axe almost never misses when it hits a zombie, making for a very satisfying monster hunting experience. A zombie typically takes about 5 hits to kill. When the monk zombie its body falls backward, its head falls to one side, and a considerable amount of gold coins appear on the ground. Usually it will also drop 1 or 2 items. Not much medicine was spilled. Levels 17 and 18 require 50,000, 70,000, and 100,000 experience points respectively. Each zombie grants 160 experience points, meaning Luo Chen only needs to kill a little over 1,000 zombies to complete the objective. The map in front of us may seem to have nothing strange at first glance, but as soon as you walk over, monk zombies dressed in yellow robes and wearing prayer beads will continuously emerge from the ground. 20 minutes later, Luo Chen had reached the edge of the high ground, killed more than 300 zombies, and leveled up to level 17. As for item drops, they mostly consist of gold coins trinkets, low-level weapon skill books and the like. The monk zombies are very generous with their gold coin drops. Basically, each one can yield several hundred gold coins. The smaller accessories are mostly level 10 or so yellow and black crystal necklaces, ebony necklace, amber necklace, platinum necklaces, devil necklace, phoenix pearls, large bracelets, sturdy gloves, magic bracelets, blue crystal rings, and pig iron rings, occasionally level 20 pearl rings. Black crystal rings and snake eye rings will also appear. The weapons are mostly iron swords, short swords, bronze axes, etc., and occasionally a level 15 class weapon such as Crescent Moon. See Solar 8 Desolations will appear. There were many skill books, but Luo Chen only picked up a few: Poisoning Technique, Lightning Technique, Soul Fire Talisman, and Summon Skeleton. I've been playing for so long. My backpack is almost full, and I haven't gotten a single top-tier item. But that's normal. Where do you find so much good equipment? Next, Luo Chen followed a downward path and arrived inside the basin. There are even more monk zombies underground here. Luo Chen is currently level 17 with 177 HP. As long as he is not attacked by more than 6 monsters at the same time, he is not in much danger. The only problem is that the potion consumption is a bit high. He's already used up almost half of the wound medicine in his backpack. The only downside to the monk zombie is that while it drops a fair amount of skill books and small equipment, its potion drops are not as good as those from the monsters in the skeleton cave. After a while, Luo Chen's backpack was completely full. The random teleportation scrolls, magic potions, and other items in my backpack were all thrown away long ago. He had no choice but to drop his equipment while picking up items. The items that were thrown away were all heavy and not very valuable. Iron swords, short swords, and bronze axes were all discarded, as were the 8 Desolations sword and items with less than half their durability. About an hour later, Luo Chen's potions were completely used up, and his backpack was almost entirely filled with skill books. His level is only a little over 18, far from level 19. There's no other way the potion calculation went wrong, and my backpack is already full. I'll have to head back to town first. He used the return stone and instantly appeared in the city of Bichon. Damn it, no, not only are there huge crowds, but the safe zone is completely blocked and no one can move. Luo Chen had no choice but to find Veteran Beach and teleport him into the bookstore. Then he contacted the merchant Hai Na Bai Chuan Fatty Jin and told him to come to the bookstore. This fat guy was quite dedicated. He came in from outside in less than 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had finished reading the record of the shout and confirmed that the bookstore only sold basic skill books below level 10. So when he saw Fatty Jin, he immediately said, 18 copies of Poisoning Technique, 8 copies of Lightning Technique, 6 copies of Soul Fire Spell, 5 copies of Summon Skeleton sold as a package. You only have one chance to bid. Don't blame Luo Chen for being blunt. The server has just opened, and both buyers and sellers are actually testing the waters, making a mutual selection. This time, Fatty Jin was more serious. After thinking for a moment, quickly said, the current transaction prices are Poisoning Technique 2,000 per book, Lightning Technique 20,000, Soul Fire Talisman 10,000, Summon Skeleton 50,000. But I expect the prices to continue to rise in the next 2 days. So the package price is 500,000 or 1,000 credits. Luo Chen did the math. A lightning spell book costs 25. 0 gold coin, which is 50 yuan at this state. Those who are willing to spend money to buy a game helmet are not necessarily rich, like himself. So this price isn't high, but it's acceptable. Moreover, Kim Jong-un himself said that prices are expected to rise further. Actually, the price of Soul Fire Talisman is still relatively low. However, the average level of Taoist players is probably only around level 13. So the demand isn't that urgent. There's also the Poisoning Technique. The reason it's so cheap is because the drop rate is very high. Luo Chen just threw away quite a few after a moment. Luo Chen agreed to the package price, cash only this time. After a while, the transaction was completed, and Luo Chen's bank card balance became 6,862.88. Fatty Jin didn't rush to leave. He seemed to inspect Luo Chen's equipment for a moment, then decisively said, if you need to sell your helmet, bracelet or ring, please contact me. I can waive the transaction commission. Luo Chen was taken aback, then laughed. This Fatty Jin's marketing tactics are pretty good. By selling premium items, they can also build a reputation for their studio and maintain customer relationships. But this is a win-win situation, so we definitely have to agree at the same time. Luo Chen also asked Fatty Jin to keep an eye out for equipment that increases attack power. Next, Luo Chen stored the blue jade necklace, level 23 warrior jewelry, from his backpack in the warehouse, repaired his equipment, and then found a player merchant who resold potions to carry 10 bundles of super healing potions. A level 18 warrior's backpack has a carrying capacity of 158. A bundle of super healing potions contains 6 bottles of potent healing potions, weighing 20. Potent healing potions weigh 3 and can restore 90 health points per use. Finally, they found the veteran from beach and were teleported back to the beach mine. It's 4 a.m. now. Luo Chen changes his goal. He plans to reach level 21 before 9 a.m. Arriving at the mine entrance again, Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. There were already hundreds of players gathered there, divided into 2 groups hurling insults at each other. It turns out that a group of warriors, all wearing light armor and all level 13 or higher, were blocking the entrance and charging a fee. It costs 2,000 gold coins to enter. There were only a dozen or so people blocking the door, but more than 100 people were blocked. However, the players who were blocked were of varying levels and had a wide variety of equipment. Moreover, they were all solo players, so they could not form a united force at all. Players kept being teleported here, and quite a few did choose to pay to enter. After observing for a moment, Luo Chen stepped forward, stood among the unaffiliated individuals, and coldly addressed the person opposite him. A good dog doesn't block the way. Ooh, the other person seems used to this kind of talk. They didn't react. Luo Chen's side then slashed at one of the gray-named players opposite him. If you can take action, don't just talk. The gray-named man opposite him was also holding a bronze axe. He had just killed a minor Taoist priest and was showing off his power. But after being slashed twice by Luo Chen, he was completely dumbfounded. How could the damage be so high? Before he could retaliate, he hurriedly drank 2 bottles of medicine, then screamed and collapsed to the ground, spilling a lot of medicine out of his backpack. Under the excessive load, Luo Chen couldn't pick up anything, the casual observers who had been watching couldn't resist rushing in, and a chaotic brawl ensued. The forced counterattack against those blocking the door. But if they are not careful, they will be spotted by Luo Chen and quickly taken away. In less than 2 minutes, everyone who was blocking the door had fallen down. One of the players, wielding the 8 Desolations level 15 weapon, lay on the ground and threatened Luo Chen menacingly. "You rookie got you, little brat. We Dinosaur Wolf Gang will remember you. We'll kill you every time we see you, you're finished." Luo Chen made a cutting motion towards the corpse and said calmly, "Then stand up and hit me." Having said that, he put the incident behind him and walked into the zombie cave. There are even more players mining near the entrance. More than 10 people blocked the door, and when they saw Luo Chen enter, they immediately brandished their weapons and slashed at him. Luo Chen was already on guard, and almost instantly used random teleportation to get to the depths. The first level of the mine is now teeming with players, and many of them are probably from that Dinosaur Wolf Gang, which is why small fireballs are being shot at Luo Chen every now and then. Luo Chen then sighed in amazement. The force capable of blocking the door was truly formidable. But he wasn't afraid, as long as his true identity wasn't revealed. He was fearless in the game a dozen minutes later. When he returned to level B of the mines, he was dumbfounded. The area had been occupied by dozens of teams. "No, you guys acted that fast." Luo Chen didn't want to compete with these teams for monsters and wait for them to respawn. So he continued deeper into the mine. They fought monsters while delving deeper into the dungeon. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a map called Mine Area B Level 2, where there were finally no other players. The zombie monsters here are quite comprehensive, ordinary ones, crawling ones, resurrected once, burrowing ones, and even one that can unleash lightning. Whenever Luo Chen sees one of these electric zombies, he always rushes to kill it immediately. There's nothing he can do. His magic defense isn't high right now, and the electric zombies hurt him too much. After killing a zombie, a golden light rose from Luo Chen's body, and his level broke through to level 19. He immediately learned the offensive sword technique. A level 19 warrior has a backpack carrying capacity of 170, and currently has 8 bundles of super healing potions left in their backpack. Luo Chen can finally pick up equipment. He just painfully gave up several valuable skill books, losing over $100, thankfully. He didn't use Summon Skeleton. Otherwise, he might have thrown several bundles of super healing potions. A Summon Skeleton book costs 50,000 gold. A bundle of super healing potions costs 3,500. The math is easy. The second level of Mine B is a very large map. And in addition to zombie monsters, there are also a considerable number of cave maggots. Although the cave maggots could be dug out to find maggot eggs, which were worth a lot of money, Luo Chen no longer cared about such things. The most crucial task now is to upgrade. To gain experience at levels 19-20, Luo Chen needs to kill at least 750 zombies. Fortunately, there are quite a few monsters in this map, so there's no need to worry. The zombies here have a moderate drop rate, mainly dropping equipment around level 10, but occasionally they will drop some equipment above level 20. For example, just now, after Luo Chen killed an electric zombie, it dropped a level 20 black crystal ring. More than an hour later, around 6 a.m., a golden light flashed around Luo Chen. His health points were fully restored, and he finally reached level 20 during this time. Luo Chen also obtained 2 minor rare items, a sturdy glove with +1 attack and a lantern necklace with +1 attack. With the addition of an ordinary ring, Luo Chen's attack power has now reached a new level. A level 13 common bronze axe with an attack power of 0.15. Level 16 standard medium armor, magic helmet weight 4. Durability 11, defense 0.1, magic resistance 1.1. Attack 0.4, excellent +4, requires level 14. Lantern necklace weight 1, durability 8, magic evasion +10%. Attack 1-1 Excellent +1, requires level 18 Large Bracelet. Weight 2 Durability 11 Defense 1-1. Attack 0-2 Excellent +2, requires level 9 Sturdy Gloves. Weight 3 Durability 8 Defense 0-2 Attack 0-1. Requires level 18 Bullhorn Ring Weight 1 Durability 6. Defense -1 Attack 0-3 Excellent +2, requires level 9. Black Crystal Ring Weight 1 Durability 5-5 Attack 0-2. Requires level 20. A level 20 warrior has 224 health and a base attack of 5-9. Luo Chen's attack stat is now 637. With a maximum damage of 41.1x per hit. The reason he wore the lantern necklace was because he accidentally discovered that this piece of jewelry had a hidden property. It increased the range of the torch's illumination. That's more in line with its name. Now Luo Chen can take down a zombie with just 4 strikes. It's incredibly satisfying in addition. His defense is already at 414. So he can easily withstand several zombies. Killing monsters has become a pleasure. A few minutes later he came to a corner, looking around. There were at least dozens of zombies in front of me. Suddenly Luo Chen's eyes lit up, the Corpse King. A powerful dark-skinned zombie king, wielding 2 enormous iron chains, lingered deep in the corners. Luo Chen immediately perked up. The original owner encountered this wandering zombie king on the second night after the server opened. And it dropped a Summon Divine Beast skill book. Now that he's encountered one ahead of time, is he hoping it will drop a high-level skill book? In no time at all, Luo Chen had cleared out the monsters. In the corner, only the Zombie King and 2 zombies beside it remained. The Corpse King has 500 HP, 3 defense, and 1836 attack. Luo Chen still has 5 bundles of super wound medicine, so he's not afraid to fight it head-on. He first endured the Zombie King's attacks, quickly eliminating 2 smaller zombies, before finally slashing the Zombie King with his sword. -37, the Corpse King's iron chains also struck Luo Chen, reducing his health by 25 points. Luo Chen smiled, killing it was easy, but just then, Luo Chen suddenly realized he had been cheated on. Then it turned red again at the same time. 2 thin bolts of lightning struck down from above. His health dropped instantly to 152-224. Stealing monsters or seeking revenge. Luo Chen immediately drank a bottle of potent wound medicine and suddenly turned around. Sure enough, not far away there were 2 Taoists, 2 mages, and 3 warriors. All 3 warriors were wielding the 8 Desolations weapon. The 2 Taoists were wielding the Crescent Moon weapon, and the 2 mages were wielding the Sea Soul weapon. Both Taoist priests were already gray-named, while the sorcerer was a murderer with a bright red name. And the 3 warriors were rapidly charging towards him. Luo Chen abandoned the Corpse King and charged straight at the 2 enemy mages. For him, mages who can use lightning are the biggest threat. The Taoist priest opposite should be level 15-17 and doesn't know Soul Fire Talisman. So we can ignore him for now, these 2 red-named mages. Seeing Luo Chen approach, didn't run away instead. They chose to unleash lightning again. The 2 Taoist priests nearby had already identified a sorcerer named Third Young Master Wang and were preparing to perform the treatment. Luo Chen withstood 2 bolts of lightning, and his health dropped below 150 points again. The 3 soldiers brushed past Luo Chen and were now chasing after him. Hacking at him, Luo Chen downed 2 bottles of potent wound medicine in one go, then approached the red-named mage called Third Young Master Wang, and with a swift stroke brought his knife down. The level 17 mage had only 64 health points. Luo Chen struck him twice in quick succession, knocking him to the ground and scattering his inventory items everywhere. The red-named player died, and all his inventory items were dropped. The Taoist priest next to him was so scared he almost wet himself. They didn't even have time to cast a healing spell. And the boss was gone. And the boss had sun water in his backpack and magic blood stones on him. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen slashed at the other mage twice more. This mage fared even worse. Besides everything in his backpack, his weapons and clothes were also looted. Only then did the third young master of the Wang family react. Lying on the ground shouting kill this B*********. The two Taoist priests, who were about to pick up the items and equipment on the ground, panicked and immediately obeyed the order to attack Luo Chen at close range. The three soldiers behind him arrived at that moment, and all three weapons fell on Luo Chen at the same time. Luo Chen downed 2 more bottles of potent wound medicine and turned to attack one of the soldiers. As for the 2 Taoist priests behind them, ignore them for now. The 3 warriors, 2 level 15 and 1 level 16, had 149 and 163 health points respectively. To Luo Chen, they were only slightly stronger than zombies. 10 seconds later, he withstood the attacks of 5 people and killed the first warrior. The remaining people were shocked. What kind of attack was that? They originally wanted to take a detour for the time being. But the third young master of the Wang family on the ground behind them kept urging and cursing, determined to kill Luo Chen at all costs. As salaried subordinates, these men had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue their sword fight with Luo Chen. If they had mastered the level 18 skill Soul Fire Rune or the level 19 skill Summon Skeleton, the situation would definitely be different. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. 1 minute later, all 4 players collapsed to the ground. Even then, the third young master of the Wang family was still lying dead, cursing angrily but seeing all his men dead. He paused for a moment, then cried out in panic, "My prized possession!" Luo Chen only had 34 health points left. If he hadn't drunk 2 bottles of sun water, the outcome would have been uncertain just then. He heard the third young master of the Wang family shout, so he curiously walked forward to search for the top quality item the young master had mentioned. "I have about 10 bottles of sun-dried water, but I don't need them. A demon bloodstone. Holy crap, this is a good thing." In Luo Chen's original owner's memories, this would cost at least 1,000 yuan in the rich man's shop. Pick it up. The whole bundle of magic potions was useless. Return stone, random teleport stone, pick it up. As for the other miscellaneous gadgets, Luo Chen frowned. What top-tier items are there? Meanwhile, the curses of the third young master of the Wang family grew increasingly offensive, and he even began to lash out at his subordinates. His 6 men lay on the ground like corpses, not uttering a single word. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then decided, "Pick up everything on the ground and take a look." A common level 15 mage weapon, Sea Soul. Standard level 11 light armor. Ordinary cast iron rings, platinum necklaces. Luo Chen moved quickly, and the threatening voice of the third young master of the Wang family on the ground grew increasingly vicious. "You piece of trash. Give it back to me if you want to live." He was suddenly struck by a realization when he picked up a sturdy glove. So that's what it was. Sturdy gloves, weight 3, durability 8, 13, defense 0-2. Magic 0-4, excellent +4, requires level 18. Holy crap. Luo Chen could barely suppress the upward curve of his lips. His heart filled with ecstasy, a super top quality item. No wonder this obviously nouveau rich third young master of the Wang family used such foul language. Luo Chen had no malicious pleasure in kicking someone when they're down. After picking up the gloves, he immediately walked towards the zombie king he had just seen. We still need to fight the boss behind him. The corpse of the third young master of the Wang family left behind a single, indifferent sentence, "You're dead." Luo Chen thought for a moment, then equipped himself with the demon blood stone from his backpack. "I won't sell it. I'll keep it for myself in the new world of apocalypse." The demon bloodstone can only continuously restore 10.0 HP/M equivalent to 18. 5 bundles of super healing potions, however. The premium shop charges a whopping 1,000 credits, and with a recovery speed of only 1 point per second. Most players won't use it unless it's free. Take Luo Chen for example right now. Luo Chen walked up to the corpse king, grazed his bronze axe, and began to attack, -37 in less than a minute. The corpse king was killed, resulting in a massive explosion. Luo Chen wasn't surprised. Wild zombie kings were less likely to drop good items. He quickly scanned the area and sure enough, only found a level 24 mage skill book, Fire Wall in addition. A level 22 warrior weapon Shira was also found, which is not bad. Quickly picking up the items, Luo Chen ventured deeper into the area. This place is no longer safe. It's highly likely that the third young master of the Wang family will send people to hunt him down. If the mage chooses to kite, he really can't beat him right now. Luo Chen fought his way forward, heading wherever there were the most monsters. Leaving the B level of the mine, passing through the underground quarry, mineral storage rooms transfer station number 2, connecting passage sand bridges. We arrived at the eastern part of the mine. The number of sub-maps has increased several times over. It's already 7 a.m. and Luo Chen has reached level 21. The goal has been achieved ahead of schedule again, however. Luo Chen wasn't sure if he could reach level 22 before 9 a.m. because the experience required for levels 2021 is 140,000. But the experience required for levels 2122 increases dramatically to 250. That would require killing approximately 1,600 zombies. A few hours ago, it might have been possible to kill enough zombies in 2 hours. But now the zombie cave is full of players from now on. It seems like the zombie cave will be completely taken over by players who will be fighting monsters on the map. Luo Chen stopped wandering around and focused on fighting monsters in this map. He was faster at fighting monsters alone than others in a team. During this period, several teams brazenly engaged in malicious PvP against him, presumably because they coveted his equipment. Unfortunately, their strength and ideas were not matched, and they were all sent back to the city by Luo Chen for free. Time quickly came to 8 o'clock. Luo Chen went to a coordinate on the east side of the map, wandered around for a while, and killed dozens of monk zombies, but still couldn't find the entrance to the Corpse King's palace. This puzzled him. Had the entrance to the Corpse King's palace in the Apocalypse New Century been changed? There was no relevant information in the original owner's memories. He had no choice but to abandon his plan to go to the Corpse King's palace and continue fighting monsters and leveling up. No, besides a Shura Sword, a super-grade sturdy glove, a bundle of super healing potions, and a return stone and a random stone in his quick access bar. Everything else in his backpack is a skill book this time. I didn't pick up a single poison technique. I started with lightning and soul fire spells. My experience points have reached 130,000. So it seems there's a chance I'll reach level 22 at 8:30. The entire zombie cave map suddenly experienced a massive respawn. Luo Chen was startled by the sudden appearance of the dense horde of zombies around him. Had the system malfunctioned? Moreover, there are quite a few electric zombies among them. This wave of refreshes immediately deterred most players. As for a few players like Luo Chen, they managed to persevere thanks to the potions. Luo Chen quickly killed the electric zombies. A few minutes later, all the healing potions were used up, and a safe area was finally cleared. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chen also started collecting potions while fighting monsters. Of course, he only collects sun water. Although the drop rate is low, he kills a lot of monsters. Electric zombies in particular have a significantly higher chance of dropping sun water. Finally, after more than 40 minutes, Luo Chen successfully broke through to level 22. If it weren't for his lucky number 10, this would have been impossible. At the same moment, a golden light rose from his body. A colorful system announcement appeared throughout the game. Congratulations to player Newbie God for reaching level 22. The player leaderboard is now officially open. 7 days after the server opens, players on the leaderboard will receive generous rewards. The announcement was displayed 3 times in a row. This caught Luo Chen off guard. No system. That's really impolite of you. You didn't even try to hide my name. This is an invasion of my privacy. Actually, he's a little worried that being too popular will attract unwanted attention. But it's not a big problem unless you expose yourself. Trying to find someone's real identity through their in-game ID is a pipe dream. And since he has set his in-game chat permissions to friends only, no one will bother him. Sudden ding. Your friend Chinese letter, 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 sent you a message. Luo Chen was speechless. Was this done on purpose? Of course. You don't need to guess what the response will be, congratulations or something similar. Luo Chen casually opened a private chat and heard Jin Pangzi's voice message. Boss. Our studio just saw a player selling an item. An iron bracelet with +2 accuracy and 0 attack. Interested? What the hell? A standard iron bracelet with only the attribute of accuracy +1. This iron bracelet grants +2 accuracy and 0 attack power. Luo Chen was very interested and immediately replied, "What's this player's class?" Interested in bartering, Fatty Jin calmly replied. His profession is a soldier. He only wants cash transactions. And seems to be short of money. Luo Chen was somewhat discouraged, me too, however. He still mustered the courage to ask about the price, 150. 0 credits. His face was indeed swollen from being punched, however. On the other hand, Thai's price is really not expensive. And I estimate that the deal will be completed very quickly. If the iron bracelet weren't considered beginner equipment, it would probably be snapped up like crazy, so. Luo Chen immediately sent the sturdy gloves attributes to Fatty Jin. Help me sell this. If possible, buy that iron bracelet first. You can make a profit. Fatty Jin didn't reply for a long time. Luo Chen switched to a normal Usura with an attack power of 0.20 and began fighting monsters while making the most benevolent guess. Is this helmet leaking electricity? Or did it cause it to faint from staying up all night? A few minutes later, Fatty Jin's private chat resumed. His voice tinged with apology, boss. There's a notice circulating in our studio circle just now, saying that all your durable gloves are the same in terms of durability. They're asking us to refuse to accept them and report them. After a pause, Fatty Jin added, of course. I can help the boss out privately, what do you think? Luo Chen clicked his tongue in astonishment. How much does it cost to issue a notice? By the way, how much is the reward for reporting? Jin Pangzi said calmly. Our circle is considered medium-sized, with a total announcement fee of 200,000. Large circles charge around 500,000 as for reports. They target players' real-life identities, boss. You should be careful. Anger rose in Luo Chen's heart, that so-called third young master of the Wang family. Pretty impressive, huh? A top-tier rich second generation. So vengeful and willing to go to such lengths. The money spent on issuing the announcement could buy several top-tier items. Is this some kind of attempt to kill me? But damn it, you started it. After venting my frustrations, my mind cleared up, however. He wasn't interested in the private favor Jin Pangzi mentioned, thanks. But could you please buy me that +4 attack iron bracelet first? I don't have the money, but I want it. Luo Chen said confidently, as long as my real identity isn't exposed. What's there to be afraid of? Want to find a player's real identity through their linked bank card? Then you definitely have a misunderstanding about Apocalypse New Century. Well, this time, Fatty Jin didn't hesitate and readily agreed, to be honest. A Magic 4 sturdy glove is definitely more expensive than this Attack 4 iron bracelet. Luo Chen nodded. This Fatty Jin has good taste, comments. After finishing the discussion, Luo Chen suddenly realized that the monk zombie he had just killed seemed a little strange. Why does the hole it drilled look so dark? So Luo Chen stepped on it. Sure enough, I fell into a fairly large square map. Luo Chen was overjoyed, the Corpse King's palace. How can it be so huge? It's like searching high and low without finding it. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of countless chains dragging on the ground and the roar of the Corpse King rang out beside him. Luo Chen had fallen directly into a pile of Corpse Kings. He tried several times randomly before finally flying to a corner where there was only a Corpse King in front of him. The Corpse King's attack power is 1836. Luo Chen, wielding the Usura sword, showed no fear whatsoever when facing the lone Corpse King. Each hit deals 46.3 equals 43 damage on average. It takes 12 hits to kill a Corpse King with full power. It's 5 per minute currently. Without attack speed equipment, it's 1 hit per second. As for the medicine, he also had 7 or 8 small bottles of sun water in his backpack. The Corpse King, on the other hand, is known for its ability to drop potent and small amounts of sun water. 10 minutes later, of all the monsters in the Corpse King's palace, only 2 remained standing alone in the distance. The Corpse King's palace is quite spacious now, but the number of bosses hasn't increased significantly. There are only a few dozen. As for the dropped items, Luo Chen felt the gains were acceptable. Besides Assassination Sword Technique Magic Shield, Binding Spell and Health for Lightning, what surprised him most was that he got a level 28 Warrior Skill Book. Crescent Blade. Just then, it was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, and the in-game time then turned into night. Luo Chen learned from the original owner's memories that it was impossible to fight monsters during the night in the Apocalypse New Century. Because of the night buff, for example, the last 2 Zombie Kings' attributes instantly doubled as night fell in the game. Previously, it had 500 HP, 3 defense and 1836 attack power. Currently has 1000 HP, 6 defense and 3672 attack. Furthermore, movement speed and attack speed have also doubled. A level 22 warrior has 258 health points. He can't withstand many hits. Luo Chen was preparing to return to the city when he suddenly noticed one of the Zombie Kings wandering towards him. He felt a little itchy. Why not give it a try? Luo Chen was a man of action. He immediately started throwing out skill books like Lightning Bolt and quickly picked up the potent sun water dropped by the Corpse King. Preparation is key to success. Lack of preparation leads to failure. After collecting more than a dozen bottles of sun water, the Wandering Corpse King also arrived nearby. The potent solar water can instantly restore 50 health points and 80 mana points. Luo Chen took the initiative to run towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King also spotted him, and they began heading in both directions. In reality, even with doubled attributes, the Corpse King's movement speed, attack speed, and other stats are roughly the same as a player's. Luo Chen imagined it as a warrior wielding a judgment blade. Engaging in PvP. He attacked first and with one swing of his axe. Then Luo Chen quickly turned around and circled behind, causing the warrior Corpse King's attack to miss. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He actually dodged the attack. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his axe again, striking the Corpse King's back -40 this time. The Corpse King swung his chains wildly, and Luo Chen couldn't dodge. A damage indicator appeared above his head, -51. Luo Chen immediately drank a bottle of potent solar water and swung his axe again. In this way, he had to slash the Corpse King twice before the Corpse King could attack him once. Luo Chen discovered that he could dodge the Corpse King's normal attacks with skillful maneuvering. However, could not avoid the Iron Chain Sweep skill. 1 minute later, Luo Chen attacked 27 times before finally killing the Corpse King. The Corpse King's health regeneration rate has also doubled. Luo Chen was struck 13 times by the Corpse King's chains, and his 258 health points have now dwindled to only 80. Instead of continuing to use the potent sun water, he unhesitatingly threw away half a backpack full of skill books, then picked up a moderate amount of healing potion from the ground and drank several bottles. At the same time, I picked up all the medium-sized healing potions and sun water on the ground in Apocalypse New Century. Items on the ground last for 15 minutes. Because the Zombie King just now dropped several potions, a Summon Skeleton book and a special item, Destiny Crystal in the original owner's memory. Although the purpose of this thing was unknown, it was later sold at an exorbitant price. Starting price 500,000 credit coins. It is said that only bosses at night drop this item, and the drop rate is ridiculously low. Therefore, Luo Chen was extremely excited. He was thrilled beyond words. This is worth 500,000 yuan. It's practically a luxury car. He was preparing to kill the second Corpse King in front of him. Once ready, he quickly charged towards the boss. We cautiously repeated the same tactics. But this time we had a relatively large supply of potions. So we managed to take down the enemy again without any major incident. To his disappointment, the Destiny Crystal did not drop this time. It seems I really got incredibly lucky just now. After drinking all the potions and picking up the discarded skill books, Luo Chen looked at the Destiny Crystal in his backpack, overjoyed if I could get another one. Wouldn't that be enough to buy a gaming pod worth 999,900? I just don't know what this thing is used for. Luo Chen subconsciously tapped the precious object. And suddenly a dialogue box popped up. Player meets the requirements for using Destiny Crystal. Use it now, holy crap. Luo Chen looked completely bewildered. What the hell is this? What? This situation had never occurred in the original owner's memory. He quickly considered how this experience differed from the original owners. And after a moment found a possibility. His character hasn't died once since the game launched. The original owner had already returned to town twice by dying before reaching level 15. Could this be the key faced with a choice of 500? 0 credits and the option to give it a try. Luo Chen hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and choosing to use it. Player successfully used Destiny Crystal. Constitution +1. Luo Chen was a little dumbfounded when he saw the notification. That's it. Then he opened the attribute panel and found that his health points and other stats hadn't changed. This left him completely baffled. Where did the physique increase go? After studying it for a while longer, still unable to find a solution, Luo Chen had no choice but to return to the city first. Upon reaching the safe zone, he promptly messaged Fatty Jin privately, 10 copies of Lightning Bolt, 10 copies of Soul Fire, 10 copies of Summoned Skeletons, 2 copies of Firewall, 1 copy each of Ghost Shield Holy Armor, Magic Shield Binding Spell and Hellfire Bolt. Offer a package deal. Jin Pangzi was still online. And upon hearing this, he was shocked. This god of rookies is a bit of a monster. However, he calmly replied on the surface, Lightning Bolt 300,000. Soulfire 200,000, Summoned Skeletons 600,000, Firewall 200,000. Ghost Shield 80,000, Divine Armor 80,000, Magic Shield 200,000. Binding Spell 200,000, Hellfire 200,000. Package price 2 million gold or 4,000 credits. After hearing the prices, Luo Chen was speechless. The prices of low-level Lightning Bolt, Soulfire Rune and Summoned Skeleton had all gone up. But the prices of Magic Shield and Hellfire Lightning were too low. So he decisively said, remove the Magic Shield and Hellfire Lightning. The rest is a package deal for 3,200 credits. Fatty Jin was taken aback. His voice now tinged with doubt. Does the boss mean that these 2 skill books are undervalued? Luo Chen didn't hide anything, at least 600,000 yuan a book. Over 1 million wouldn't be a problem. In real life, Fatty Jin was somewhat shocked. He quickly instructed his employees to begin research before decisively telling Luo Chen. Then 6,000 credits. Luo Chen was taken aback. This Fatty Jin was quite bold. Should we just buy it at 700,000 per book? That works too. Luo Chen needed to maximize his strength within these 7 days. Well, 6 days left, so he stopped hesitating and said deal. Jin Duoju on the other side also breathed a sigh of relief, although this amount of money is not much for the studio. The information is priceless. He has already instructed his employees to buy up large quantities of these 2 skill books at low prices from competitors. After transferring the money to the mysterious boss, Jin Duodio smiled and said, boss, I've arranged for someone to buy that iron bracelet you mentioned. 148,000 credits. This was a huge surprise for Luo Chen, Fatty Jin. Don't call me boss anymore, we're like brothers. Keep this iron bracelet for me, I can buy it for 168,000. For a moment both sides were overjoyed. Next, Luo Chen stood inside the bookstore, thinking about how to make money quickly. Suddenly, he saw that Sun Dada had come online in his friend list. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This is a huge business opportunity. Well, the premise is that he and that Wan sister weren't a one-time thing. What? Luo Chen opened the private chat and greeted her proactively. Hello. Boss Sun, how about Boss Madam too? Sun Dada just logged on. Seemed to be busy for a willing, then replied, hey bro. Wan's right next to Mehe. Luo Chen's spirits lifted, it's done. He immediately sent the stats of the sturdy gloves via private message. Then said this garrisoned it worthy of the boss lady. This time, more than a minute passed before Sun Dada finally replied. Much to Luo Chen's anxious anticipation, my little Wan really likes it. How much? Luo Chen felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Then wondered, you're just saying you like me. Aren't you afraid I'll rip you off? However, he didn't do that, one should have a bottom line. Therefore Luo Chen decisively stated. The studio is asking for 300,000. But there's a tricky problem, so we can't close the deal. Sun Dada replied instantly, what's the problem? Luo Chen chuckled inwardly, but outwardly hesitated before saying, this equipment dropped after I killed Wang family third young master. The studio was given a warning and no one dares to buy it. Also, let me clarify, I acted in self-defense. On the other side, Sun Dada muttered to himself. The third young master of the Wang family. The third young master of the Wang family, the Wang group. Then he made a phone call, Xiaojai. Ask the studio if this is true. A moment later, Xiaojai replied that it was indeed true. Sun Dada was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. And said generously in the private chat, great. I'll take this sturdy glove, 350,000 for you. The extra 50,000 is your service fee, what the hell? Luo Chen, who had been somewhat apprehensive, was suddenly overjoyed. Boss Sun and the third young master of the Wang family didn't get along. But you can't keep taking advantage of just one customer. So this time Luo Chen tried to negotiate the price in reverse. Mr. Sun, 200,000 will do. If you don't buy it, I won't be able to sell it. Sun Dada's tone was a bit displeased. No need. Last time it was Wan's birthday. That guy chugged down a whole bottle of Conti II right in front of me, almost making me lose face this time. Even if all you reveal is a pair of underwear, I'd be willing to spend 350,000 to buy it. Holy crap. Luo Chen was dumbfounded. He tried to negotiate a lower price in the opposite direction. And he failed 10 minutes later. Luo Chen's bank card received 350,000 credit coins. Half an hour later, a screenshot of the game began to circulate among all the studios in Binhai City. In the backpack, there was a super-grade sturdy glove lying simply, with the game ID Sun Dada prominently displayed next to it. This screenshot can be summed up in just 4 words, ha 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 ha. It is said that in a luxurious office in the Wang Group building, a man went on a rampage smashing and destroying items, causing losses of several million. Then, the announcement circulating in the game studio community quietly disappeared. Luo Chen was unaware of all this. After earning 350,000, he immediately contacted Fatty Jin and spent 168 0 to buy the +4 iron bracelet to his delight. This bracelet's durability was not just ordinary. It had 4 key features: iron bracelet weight 1, durability 6-7, accuracy +2, excellent +1. Attack 0-4, excellent +4, requires level 3. 168,000 yuan, it was worth it. Luo Chen repaired all his equipment before reluctantly logging off. Meanwhile, many casual players and high-spending players were still joining the game. According to the original owner's memory, it seems that on the second day after the server opened, hundreds of thousands of game helmets were sold. After taking off his helmet, Luo Chen suddenly sensed something was very wrong. Something was amiss. Yes, several hundred words have been omitted here. Luo Chen went to the bathroom, threw his wet clothes into an old washing machine, and then he realized something was wrong. How the hell am I allowed to move around freely? Was the previous injury fake? He twisted his body a few times and found that apart from a slight numbness and itchiness, he no longer felt the broken ribs. Even the skin surface only throbbed slightly. He quickly checked the wound and was pleasantly surprised to find that it had already scabbed over. This puzzled him greatly, but he quickly remembered the item he used in the game, the Fate Crystal. A sudden realization dawned on Luo Chen. That bit of physique had been added to his physical body in reality. He gasped in shock, what the hell? It turns out that the special nature of the apocalyptic new century wasn't just 3 months later, but had always existed. The original owner didn't notice because his game character died twice right after the game launched. Luo Chen also understood why those destiny crystals were so expensive. If this top secret were made public, the price would definitely be far more than 500,000. He suddenly felt an urgent need to make money in this life. Luo Chen would also seize the destiny crystal as a resource. Bang bang bangs. Just as Luo Chen was considering how to make money quickly, there was a knock on the doors. Luo Chen glanced at the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. He couldn't help but wonder in the original owner's memories. Interpersonal relationships were quite simple. And at this hour, the landlady who had been playing mahjong all night should be fast asleep. Who would be looking for him when I opened the door? It turned out to be a food delivery guy at this moment. A memory from the original owner surfaced in Luo Chen's mind. The deliveryman was his fellow villager, Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang is a household name in the food delivery industry. He was the top-selling delivery driver in this area for 6 consecutive months, earning him the nickname Flying Legs. He was also one of the original owner's best friends. After Liu Xiang entered, he peeked around the room before saying with a grin, "I heard you fell, so I came to see you right away." Then he held up a takeout order. "Here. I knew you probably hadn't eaten yet, so I brought you breakfast." Luo Chen pursed his lips and led him to the sofa. "What's wrong?" Even Dan Wang goes over time occasionally. When orders are late and customers cancel their orders, the delivery drivers have to bear the consequences themselves. Liu Xiang plopped down on the sofa feigning anger and said, "This is what I bought for Yaoke. Hee, luckily I kept the receipt. Look at the bill, isn't it?" Luo Chen smiled and took the takeout bag, which contained 2 meat buns, an egg, and a cup of soy milk. Seeing him start eating the steamed bun, Liu Xiang hesitated before asking, "I heard you fell pretty badly, and you only want good reviews, no compensation." Luo Chen nodded. Liu Xiang sighed. "Our captain was furious this morning. He said that what happened yesterday was posted online, and many people are criticizing our company for being inhumane to delivery drivers, causing a very bad reputation for the company. Lao Luo, you're in danger." Luo Chen took a sip of soy milk, seemingly unconcerned before saying, "I've fallen and gotten this badly, and the captain only gave me 1 day off. Isn't that exploitation?" This time Liu Xiang was speechless. After Luo Chen finished breakfast, Liu Xiang immediately helped him tidy up and emptied the trash cans in the room. As he was leaving, frowned and said, "How about I talk to your sister-in-law and you move in with me for a while?" As he spoke, he glanced around the living room. Seemingly somewhat wary, Luo Chen accepted his kindness, but didn't plan to move him. Moreover, Liu Xiang's girlfriend was said to be a white-collar worker with a somewhat bad temper. Liu Xiang walked out the door, then stopped stammering, "Lao Luo, I might get engaged before the new year." I said before, never mind." At this moment, a new memory suddenly appeared in Luo Chen's mind, of the 100 yuan he spent on the gaming helmet. More than 60 yuan was lent to him by Liu Xiang. Luo Chen was speechless. Seriously? What's wrong with the original owner's brother? Couldn't he have left me with at least a complete set of memories? Furthermore, as far as I remember, the original owner didn't spend any money. He and Liu Xiang had been delivering food in Wangai City for so long. Where did he go to save any money? Wangai City is also one of the important economic cities in the entire Eastern Federation, with a relatively high income. Luo Chen thought back carefully but found no new memories. Looking at his fellow villager Liu Xiang, who had already gone downstairs, Luo Chen sighed. He had to repay this money. Liu Xiang lending me money is an immense favor. You have to understand, in today's social relationships, Anyone who will lend you money is practically a godfather. Luo Chen closed the door, took out his phone, and transferred over 60,000 yuan to Liu Xiang. He still had 130,000 yuan left in his own account. A moment later, he received a call from Liu Xiang asking about it. He casually replied, "Old Liu, I closed a big deal last night. Don't worry, there's money to be made." Liu Xiang on the other end of the phone was extremely surprised. "Old Liu, tell me the truth. You really went to the White Horse nightclub? The pay is that high, but can you really handle it? I heard they use steel wool as brushes, holy crap." P.S. Dear readers, anything marked with Chinese letter has already been thoroughly modified. Otherwise, it wouldn't escape divine retribution. Therefore, some parts are clearly nonsensical. So please forgive them. In addition, Fat Chef refers to myself. I not only cook, but I can also drive due to speeding. I had to cook a large amount of twice-cooked pork. After hanging up with Liu Xiang, Luo Chen was both amused and exasperated, even though he was handsome. Well, even if he were to sell himself, he wouldn't be worth that muck, right? Unless you press F to enter the old-style tank. Luo Chen shook his head, banishing these chaotic thoughts from his mind just then. The washing machine beeped, and Luo Chen quickly went to hang the clothes to dry. After he hung the clothes on the balcony rack, he suddenly noticed a piece of women's underwear next to them. Moreover, it looks like real silk, so it must be quite expensive. Just then the phone rang. Luo Chen took out his phone and found it was the station manager. He turned on speakerphone and answered the call. The station manager on the other end of the phone seemed to be barely containing his anger, asking in an unfriendly tone whether he could still continue working. Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Can't do anything else, goodbye." The phone rang again as soon as it hung up. Luo Chen answered again, "No need to say anything. I quit without another job lined up. I don't want the deposit back by." "Yeah, that feels pretty good." After the station manager was fired, Luo Chen felt better. He looked at the underwear again, hoping to activate fragments of the original owner's memories. But the phone rang once more. Luo Chen didn't even look at the phone before answering, "Hey, station manager. Don't force me to swear, my swearing is really awful." Then Liu Xiang's voice rang out, "Old Luo, brother Luo. You really quit your job without notice. The station manager in our work group is going crazy." Luo Chen chuckled, "Ignore him, that guy is selfish. Domineering veins. A bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. A sycophant who fawns on superiors and bullies inferiors. I've disliked him for a long time," Liu Xiang chuckled. Then after a moment asked seriously, "Old Luo, tell me the truth, you really didn't sell yourself?" Luo Chen was speechless for a long while before saying, "Old Liu, if you trust me, then go buy a gaming helmet right now. The exchange rate for in-game gold is at least 500 gold coins to 1 yuan. Even if you just dig up venison in the game and sell it, you can earn 3 to 500 yuan a night." Liu Xiang was skeptical. Is it really that profitable? But is it stable? One gaming helmet can buy a car. When will I break even? Liu Chen was helpless. His fellow townsmen can delve very deeply into an industry, but he's just too cautious and unwilling to take risks. Luo Chen couldn't just reveal directly that he had earned enough for 4 gaming helmets in one night. Furthermore, I recall that Liu Xiang's girlfriend really disliked him playing video games. Finally, Luo Chen could only say, "Old Liu, if you listen to me, buy one and try it out even if it's just as a part-time job. If you lose money, I'll cover the helmet." After hanging up the phone, Luo Chen lost interest in examining the lingerie and sat back down on the sofa. I was just about to take a short nap when there was another knock on the door. Luo Chen was a little annoyed. What's going on? When did so many things happen? When I opened the door again, I found it was the landlady, who had brought 2 somewhat reserved middle-aged men with her. As soon as the landlady entered, she winked at Luo Chen before enthusiastically introducing the apartment to the 2 people behind her. "Come see this place. 2 bedrooms and a living room. Only 3,500 a month. You can't find this price anywhere else in Binhai City. The landlady wasn't exaggerating. Binhai City has a developed economy. And even in the suburbs, let alone the main urban area. A two-bedroom apartment for 4,000 yuan a month is in high demand, moreover. There is a subway line that goes directly to the main urban area not far from the community, which is very convenient. If it weren't for that incident involving the pretty girl in room 404, I wouldn't have trouble renting it for 4,500 a month. But there's no need to sympathize with the older woman. After all, she rented it out to that beautiful woman for 6,000 yuan a month, but this time, she didn't say a word and directly led people to see the house, which made Luo Chen very unhappy. While the two middle-aged men were looking at the bedroom, the landlady smiled and whispered quickly to Luo Chen, "If they're willing to share the room with you, your rent will be waived." Luo Chen was somewhat annoyed. Was he the kind of person who cared about such a small amount of rent? What he hated was the landlady's disrespect towards him. "Couldn't you have notified me in advance, therefore?" Luo Chen began to seriously consider whether he should move. After a while, two middle-aged men, having finished looking at the room, came to the living room with considerable satisfaction. "Landlady, we'd like the large bedroom on the south side, big enough to fit 2 beds." Luo Chen was really angry this time. The large bedroom in the south was where he was currently living, while the secondary bedroom in the north had been locked because it originally belonged to the previous beauty. That's right. The previous female tenant left the master bedroom empty and stayed in the second bedroom, which was quite strange. The landlady smiled broadly. "No problem at all. It's only right for you too." Luo Chen couldn't sit still any longer, so he picked up the helmet and headed towards the master bedroom. The two middle-aged men looked puzzled. The landlady gestured to ignore him. After the two middle-aged men left, the landlady walked into the master bedroom with a gloomy face. Looking at Luo Chen, said in an unfriendly tone, "It's not easy to find someone willing to share a room with you. And you're giving me that sour look. I told you the second bedroom is free." Luo Chen chuckled. "No need. I'm already in this state before even moving into the second bedroom. If I actually move in, I'm afraid your house will be completely ruined." "You." The landlady wanted to unleash a torrent of abuse, but looking at the tightly closed door of the second bedroom, she hesitated several times before finally saying resentfully, "You ungrateful wretch." Luo Chen didn't argue with her, because at this level, he really couldn't win an argument with an older woman. Luo Chen quickly packed a box, putting his gaming helmet inside as well. He even left the bedding and delivery uniform behind, and walked out of the bedrooms. The landlady stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Luo Chen with some resentment and a cold glare. Luo Chen then packed the clothes that were still wet on the balcony into a bag and stuffed them into his suitcase, almost as if possessed. He also took off his silk underwear and put it in the suitcase, which covered the gaming helmet. My left hand, which had just touched the silk lingerie, emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Luo Chen suddenly and inexplicably recovered, as if he had encountered something very happy. The landlady glanced around the living room again and said coldly, "If you really move out, don't even think about coming back." Luo Chen grinned at the landlady. "I'm scared anyway. Might as well move." The woman was furious this time, yelling, "I let you stay here for free for over 3 months. And apart from being hit by a car, you're neither dead nor crippled. And you're still not satisfied. What the hell?" Luo Chen was truly exasperated. "Fine, I'll leave, okay." The landlady hesitated for a moment, then warned, "Don't talk nonsense outside. There's nothing wrong with this house." Luo Chen shrugged. "I don't know those two people. Everyone else knows the situation with your house. So what's the point of me explaining?" After handing over the keys, Luo Chen carried the suitcase and limped down the stairs. "Although I've improved my physical condition a bit, I was injured just yesterday, so I can't fully recover yet." After quickly locking the door, the landlord rushed back to her other apartment on the first floor and sat down at the card table. "Let's play cards." I've got lunch for you. Luo Chen picked up his suitcase and slowly walked out of the residential area. Although he was a little down, he wasn't worried. He still had over 100 yuan in his account, so he could just find a hotel to stay in for 3 months. 3 months later, will the money still matter? Just then, the phone in his pocket rang again. Luo Chen took out his phone, glanced at it, and saw it was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Unexpectedly, a sweet, soft girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Luo Chen. Thank you for the Chanel bag you gave me last time. My classmates are all so envious. But their winter clothes are still from last year. Could you come with me to buy some clothes? Holy crap. Who is this? Just as Luo Chen was wondering what was going on, it felt as if a glass bead in his mind had suddenly shattered, causing him excruciating pain. Damn it, it hurts like hell. The call didn't end. The girl on the other end seemed very surprised and said somewhat angrily, Luo Chen's, if you don't want to go shopping with me, just say so. What are you pretending to be sick for? The boy from the class next door has asked me out several times. After several seconds of silence, Luo Chen finally recovered from his severe headache. Panting heavily, no wonder the original owner had no money. So you were a simp after all. He's still fawning over a junior high school classmate, who's now a college student at a prestigious university in Binhai City. The sad thing is, after all this time I've spent all my savings, but I haven't even had a chance to touch her little hands. The reason this memory was firmly sealed away by the original owner is that he knew he had been deceived, felt ashamed, and had deleted the goddess's phone number multiple times. Yet he couldn't help answering the phone every time. Damn, it serves you right at this point. The girl on the phone got really angry. Do you want to break up? Luo Chen was astonished. We haven't even held hands. How can we divide it? So Luo Chen simply said sayonara, and then hung up the phones. A moment later, the phone rang again. The younger brother can tolerate it, but the older brother cannot. Luo Chen picked up his phone again to hang up, but suddenly realized the number belonged to the landlord. Kindness, what are you even doing? Luo Chen promptly hung up. But a few seconds later, with a ding, he received a message. Luo Chen impatiently opened the message, only to discover it was from an unknown sender. Moreover, the content consists of only 4 characters. Don't move. Luo Chen was suddenly startled, and his head immediately started buzzing. No. Who sent this text message? He suddenly felt a chilling, bone-deep cold air blow into his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver. Just then, the landlord's phone rang again. Luo Chen answered without hesitation, his voice trailing off in a low growl. What message did you send me? There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by an awkward chuckle. Xiao Luo. Your aunt didn't message you it's like this just now. Those 2 bastards said they're not renting this place anymore. So you don't have to move. Aren't you happy? Happy? I'm not happy at all. But while on the phones, Luo Chen felt much less uneasy. Didn't you just say that once I moved out, I couldn't come back? Auntie was just saying that out of anger. You've been living here for over 3 months. You've definitely grown attached to it. Listen to her. Stay here without worry. You'll pay the rent whenever you have the funds. Luo Chen knew that the landlord was afraid that if the house remained vacant, it would truly become a haunted house. If he lived there for a year or 2 without any problems, the house's value would gradually return to normal. Therefore, Luo Chen directly refused. I'm a sunny, healthy guy, and I'm almost depressed after living here for 3 months. Do you think I'd dare stay any longer? Even if you paid me, I wouldn't stay. Oh dear. Young man, why are you saying that in anger? How about this? I'll waive another 6 months' rent for you. Luo Chen sneered. Is this about money? Your house has nothing. Just a washing machine that looks like a tractor. I don't know how I've managed to live here all this time. Oh, you need any appliances, just tell me. I happen to have a spare air conditioner, refrigerator, TV, and washing machine downstairs. I'll bring them all up for you. Oh, and I also have a sofa here. I'll replace that one for you too. Luo Chen still refused. No need. The landlady got impatient. Why are you so stubborn? I'll just give you extra living expenses every month. Just as Luo Chen was about to continue arguing, he suddenly received another message from an unknown number. Opening it, he saw 8 characters. Don't move. Please don't die. Luo Chen felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Is there some kind of ghost? And what does this message mean? Never move or you'll die. Holy shit, on the phone. The landlady's voice was almost pleading. My dear little darling. What will it take for you to come back? Luo Chen suddenly made up his mind and said calmly. Unless you beg me, besides, I'm not your little aunt. The landlady's voice immediately brightened with surprise. All right. I beg you, little auntie, you little son-in-law. Luo Chen was immediately intrigued. Ma'am. How many daughters do you have? 10 minutes later. The landlady personally brought a security guard from the complex to help Luo Chen carry his suitcase back to apartment 404 in Building 4. She then said with a fawning smile, little Luo, don't worry about staying here. I'll clean the apartment thoroughly this afternoon. And it'll be fully furnished with all the appliances. After Luo Chen returned, he received another text message from an unknown source, containing only 2 words, all right. He was finally relieved and said to the landlady, I don't need anything else, just get me a new sofa and a desk. The landlady patted her ample chest loudly. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll get it done. Half an hour later, Luo Chen lay on the nearly new sofa, letting out a satisfied groan. Awesome. After lying down for a while, he opened his suitcase and hung the wet clothes to dry again. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Where's that silk lingerie? Luo Chen was somewhat horrified and turned the entire suitcase upside down. It's gone. Holy crap, what kind of evil spirit has this happened to me? Moreover, based on his recent experience of being a sycophant, he is now quite certain that the original owner has absolutely no recollection of this silk lingerie. Luo Chen lay on the sofa, somewhat lost in thought. Silk underwear. Was it you who wouldn't let me live? Was it the message you sent, but I'm back, so where did you go? For a moment, his mind was in complete turmoil. Just then the phone rang. Luo Chen, as if grasping at a lifeline, immediately answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Luo Chen, I never thought you were this kind of person. I've always genuinely considered you my only boyfriend. And you're so irresponsible. Who bought you the cake for your birthday last time? Who called to check on you when you were sick? And I've never looked down on you because you're practically an orphan. And yet you hung up on me. Waza, hearing the girl cry. Luo Chen felt better, and the terrifying atmosphere from before dissipated. He simply turned on speakerphone and listened attentively to this highly artistic crying. The girl opposite him cried for a long time before finally sobbing and continuing. Luo Chen, don't you have anything to say? Luo Chen was taken aback, then said seriously, I wanted to ask, did you shed tears? There was a sudden silence on the other end, followed by a sharp, piercing soprano voice a dozen seconds later. Luo Chen. You be asterisk D and go to hell. Luo Chen clicked his tongue in astonishment. Is this woman on her period? This time, the other party hung up the phone on their own initiative. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. This goddess is all right. She knows how to get angry with a simp. Just then, he received another unknown text message on his phone, containing only 2 words, we. Luo Chen was taken aback, suddenly realizing he wasn't so scared anymore. So he asked in the comments section, who are you? Surprisingly, I actually got a reply to the text message. Nizaiodi. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, but he quickly regained his composure and replied via text message. Nice to meet you. Nizaiodi Nizaiokien. Luo Chen almost shivered. A moment later, the text message notification sounded again. Please don't die. Luo Chen expressed his strong agreement. I definitely don't want to die. After a while, Luo Chen rubbed his stomach and muttered to himself. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Should I order takeout? Or go downstairs to get something to eat? After thinking for a while, finally decided, well, I'm feeling a bit better. I'll go downstairs and get some food and stretch my legs. After a short while, the living room became quiet, so Luo Chen stood up from the sofa, opened the door and went out. Go down to the first floor. And there's a small restaurant at the back near the road. It's also a rented house from the landlady. The landlady was playing mahjong in the card room next to the small restaurant. Luo Chen walked into the restaurant and had just sat down when a rather pretty female owner smiled and said, "Little Liu are the usual well." Luo Chen nodded subconsciously. Was the original owner very familiar with this person? But then I thought about how handsome I am now. And I felt relieved. Men like to look at beautiful women. And women like to look at handsome men too. If the original owner hadn't acted like a simp, he would have had a pretty promising future as usual. The food arrived, and Luo Chen found it consisted of a plate of fried rice noodles, 2 braised duck heads and a pot of pork rib soup. After we finished our meal and paid, the rather charming proprietress smiled, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing, and said, "Haven't seen you for several days. What have you been up to lately? You haven't come to my shop to pick up your orders." After hastily dealing with the situation, Luo Chen headed towards the nearby card and chess room. The landlady, a cigarette dangling from her lips, was wreaking havoc. A pure suit, I win. The other 3 immediately groaned and handed over their chips. Luo Chen quietly approached the landlady from behind and whispered, "Auntie, I want to ask you something. It's very important." The landlady was startled, then recognized Luo Chen. She pointed at the other 3 and shouted, "Don't move. I'll be right back." A moment later, the woman opened her mouth slightly in surprise, a cigarette dangling from her lips. "You want to ask the name of the previous female tenant?" Luo Chen nodded solemnly. The landlady hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Regardless of why you're asking this, let me make this clear first, you can't move out." Luo Chen nodded again. The landlady then said, "I think her name is something like Nai Xiaodi." Yes. Luo Chen returned to his residence with a heavy heart. Nai Xiaodi, are there really ghosts in this world? But then he thought about it 3 months later. If games could invade reality, the existence of ghosts seemed quite normal. Luo Chen sat on the sofa and began to speculate in a positive light. This female ghost doesn't seem to have any intention of harming me. If she wanted to kill herself, she had the entire night to do so. Moreover, she can communicate. Thinking of this, Luo Chen picked up his phone and checked it. There were no new text messages. He opened his chat history with the landlady. At Luo Chen's request, the landlady not only transferred the 800 yuan living expenses for this month, but also sent him a photo of Nai Xiaodi. Don't complain about 800 yuan being too little anymore, and the landlady will throw a tantrum. Luo Chen carefully examined the photo and he had to admit, this beautiful girl had a really hot figure. I don't know how her slender body can support such a tall and full bust. Don't people online say that you can't have both good looks and a large bust? What's wrong with her? And then there's her appearance. Why does this Nai Xiaodi have long silver hair and purple eyes? Are you wearing colored contact lenses? Which character are you cosplaying? After looking at the photos for a while, Luo Chen found that the fear in his heart was slowly disappearing. Well, as long as the female ghost is pretty enough, it's not unacceptable. Luo Chen let his mind wander for another 10 minutes or so before a strong wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He plugged in his gaming headset and lay down on the sofa. I slept until dark upon waking up again. Luo Chen lingered on the content of his dream, feeling a sense of unfinished business. Then he picked up his phone and found that there were still no new messages. Just more than 20 missed calls. A quick scan revealed that all the calls were from the original owner's goddess. Luo Chen frowned. What's wrong with this girl? She's made it clear she's not going to fawn over anyone anymore. Can't she find someone else as a backup? Although I don't remember this girl being a stunning beauty, she was at least an 8 out of 10 in terms of looks bliss, with the added advantage of being a student at a prestigious university. Finding a backup boyfriend should be a piece of cake. Luo Chen shook his head. This was all the original owner's ill-fated destiny. Why should he care? He stood up, stretched his muscles for a willing, then ordered takeout. It's past 8 o'clock. Let's grab a quick bite and get into the game. After eating and drinking his fill and tidying up, Luo Chen lay down on the sofa, covered himself with the blanket and then put on his helmet. When I have money, I'll buy a gaming pod. Just then, Luo Chen's body suddenly trembled. If there were strangers in the living room, they would definitely think this guy had been electrocuted. But at this moment, Luo Chen was staring in horror at his character selection screen. Besides Hema level 22 warrior newbie god, a level 0 female Taoist character inexplicably appeared next to him. In the new world of Apocalypse, cross-dressing players are absolutely not allowed. Even if you go to Tyrants, it can determine your gender based on your mental attributes. That's not important. What terrified Luo Chen was that this female Taoist character's name was Nai Xiaodi. Luo Chen felt his entire body trembling uncontrollably. No. Female ghost, a beautiful ghost, how did you get into my game? In the game interface, the beautiful female Taoist priest did not respond, only wearing a faint smile on her face. After a long moment of confusion, Luo Chen gritted his teeth and chose the female Taoist priest. The system message indicated gender mismatch. Unable to log in. What would happen if this character were deleted? The thought had barely surfaced when Luo Chen forcefully suppressed it. One of the core principles of ghost stories is that if things don't get worse, don't do anything reckless. He took a deep breath, chose the rookie god and logged in decisively. In the holographic view, a massive number of players appeared before my eyes, and all sorts of noisy sounds immediately entered my ears. Luo Chen's mood immediately eased. Humans are social creatures, and the large crowd gave him a great sense of security. Today is the second day since the server opened. His goal is to reach level 25. A level 25 warrior can learn the assassination sword technique. Only by mastering assassination swordsmanship can a warrior player theoretically take on a major boss solo. Skeleton spirits and corpse kings are exceptions. The experience required for levels 23-25 is 300,350,000 and 400,000 respectively. You'd need about 6,600 zombies to kill them. With a large influx of players into the zombie cave, this becomes quite challenging. Luo Chen opened the player rankings and looked at them, finding them to be similar to what the original owner remembered. Rankings: the God of Novices still holds the top spot. Second place goes to a level 21 mage named Linjiangxian Xiaoshu, whom the original owner remembered very well because he had robbed her more than once. The third-ranked Taoist Sha Naiyi Henru also has a grudge against the original owner. Luo Chen has nothing to do with the kill ranking, but the number 1 ranked players, a level 21 warrior Nightly Revelry, has a PK value of 4,400 points. Luo Chen was astonished. This was a formidable person in the new world of Apocalypse. A player's name would turn from white to gray if they initiated a PK player versus player battle. Killing a player would increase their PK value by 100 points, turning their names yellow. And once their PK value reached 200 points or more, their name would turn red. This guy's 4,400 PK points means he killed at least 44 players. Based on the calculation that it takes 1 minute of online time to reduce PK value by 1 point. Even if this guy puts down his weapons, it will take at least 3 days to return to normal. Was he doing it on purpose? The equipment ranking is updated very quickly now. The top-ranked item is a white tiger tooth necklace with plus 60% magic evasion, top tier +4. 1-3 Taoist skills, top tier +2, and +1 luck, top tier +1. While Luo Chen's iron bracelet is only ranked 9th. The ranking here is mainly calculated based on the total points added by top-tier items and the equipment's base level. The second-ranked item is a light armor with a Taoist skill level of 0.6, top tier +6. Thirdly, it targets cloth-clad individuals with attack power of 0.5 +5 and Taoist magic power of 0.1 +1. The fourth is a bronze ring with 0-2, +1 attack and 0-5, +5 magic. The fifth is a glass ring with Taoist magic 0-1. Attack 0-3 +3 and magic 0-3 +3. The sixth is a traditional necklace with +1 accuracy. -2 attack 0-2, -2 Taoist magic 0-2. And -2 magic power 0-2. The seventh is a short sword with an attack power of 316 +5. The eighth item is a cast iron ring with 0-2 defense and 0-6, +5 magic power. The ninth item is an iron bracelet with +2 accuracy, +1, and 0-4 attack +4. The 10th item is a sturdy glove with 0-2 defense and 0-4, +4 magic power. Luo Chen knew very well that this equipment ranking was only for reference. The 10th rank sturdy gloves were definitely more valuable than his own iron bracelet. And then there's my helmet. Ranks 13th with an attack power of 4 magic. Its true value far exceeds that of the second ranked one. As for the weapon ranked 7th, its true value is a joke. Isn't a level 20 Jian Madao with an attack of 515 much better? Although the server has only been open for a day. With millions of players, the number of top-tier items is really not that many. After closing the player leaderboard, Luo Chen immediately purchased 10 bundles of super healing potions, preparing to return to the zombie cave to level up just then. A private message popped up, Bossunubi bro. I have a disposable move warehouse scroll here, want it. It turned out that Fatty Jin saw Luo Chen online and took the initiative to recommend items to him. How much Luo Chen really wanted this? Having it would allow him to sell at least one more backpack full of items. Our purchase price is 200,000 gold coins, which is 400 credits if you need it. You can take it first. And it will be deducted from the payment when you return to town to dispose of the items. Luo Chen couldn't help but give the fat man a thumbs up. Look at how well he does business. I'd feel guilty if I didn't sell anything to him next time. After acquiring the warehouse movement scroll through the trade, Luo Chen immediately stored the 10 bundles of super healing medicine from his backpack into the warehouse in Bichon City, and then purchased another 10 bundles. This is also the correct way to use a mobile warehouse scroll. With supplies replenished and all equipment repaired since the last time he logged off, Luo Chen opened the Bichon Veterans portal and prepared to teleport. Hey bro, are you there? Sun Dada's private message popped up. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. What instructions does the boss have for me? Sun Dada laughed heartily. Looks like you haven't gone monster hunting yet. Be careful. The third son of the Wang group is offering a 1 million yuan reward for your true identity. Luo Chen was somewhat annoyed. This third young master Wang. Is he crazy? So what if I killed him once and got a piece of equipment worth hundreds of thousands? Is it really worth spending 1 million credits to put a bounty on myself? It's like a persistent, harmful leech. There was no such enemy in the original owner's memories. If all else fails, should I let him kill me once? No way. If my account dies even once, the Destiny Crystal will probably be unusable, etc. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Luo Chen. Destiny Crystal, intentional homicide. The third young master of the Wang family has a red name. The number 1 on the kill leaderboard nightly revelry. With 4,400 PK points. What if you receive an unknown text message? Please don't die behind all this, could it be? Luo Chen reached a terrifying conclusion. In reality, some people already know this secret. They didn't kill without a purpose. They were doing it to gain something. This third young master of the Wang family is most likely one of the few who know the secret. Does Sun Yat-sen know about this? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, wanting to ask him via private message, but ultimately gave up. However, Luo Chen still opened Jin Pangzi's private chat. Brother, are there any players selling those Destiny Crystals? If you have any, help me buy them. We're negotiable as long as the price doesn't exceed the cost of 1 game pod. Fatty Jin was startled. Brother, you can't joke about this. 1 gaming pod costs 1 million. Luo Chen replied, as long as you have the goods, I'll sign a contract with you. Then he closed the private chat. in the original owner's memory. Although the purchase price of Destiny Crystal was over 500, zero credits in the later stages. He never saw any merchants selling it to outsiders. Therefore, he was certain that even if this thing cost 1 million, it wouldn't be hard to sell. The drop rate is too low. And you have to fight the boss at night. Luo Chen was even more motivated to level up to level 25. Only by learning assassination could he take on the boss in the night. As for getting this from the Corpse King boss, I guess I won't have the same incredible luck as last time. Lost in thought, Luo Chen was teleported to the beach mining area by the beach veteran. The moment he landed, he instantly sensed something was wrong. So many people. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Chen immediately selected the random teleportation stone. The instant he teleported away, more than a dozen bolts of lightning struck the spot where he had just been. Luo Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He had underestimated the hatred of the third young master of the Wang family. Since the third young master of the Wang family is willing to offer a reward of 1 million yuan in cash to buy his real-life identity, he can naturally target and kill himself in the game. Who revealed their whereabouts? Kim Jong-un. Luo Chen immediately denied it. Probably not. It's even less likely that Sun Dada would agree. With that in mind, Luo Chen randomly typed a random, nonsensical name into the private chat. System message: this player does not exist. He then entered a more common names. System notification: this player is offline. Finally, he emmed nightly revelries. System notification: this player does not accept private messages from strangers. Luo Chen understood. Someone had been monitoring his status through private messages. His whereabouts are easy to guess. A level 22 warrior is most likely heading to the zombie cave. Thinking of this, Luo Chen felt slightly relieved, as long as he understood the enemy's methods. He had nothing to fear. He opened the large map and found that his luck wasn't too bad. He had just randomly landed near the entrance of an orcish tomb. He now has several options. One option is to return to the city. Teleport to the entrance of Viper Valley via the veteran in Bichon. Then cross the pass and move towards Viper Mine or Mengjiang. However, there seem to be some skilled enemies among them, which is a reasonable guess. Secondly, he could just fight monsters in the wilderness of Bichon province. With a random teleportation stanino, one could kill him. However, this would result in too few resources, hindering his developments. Thirdly, we can start from here and transfer via the connecting passage. Although it takes more time, the enemy will definitely not be able to react in time. After a quick thought, Luo Chen finally ran towards the orcish tomb. Luo Chen noticed that there were many low-level novice players grinding monsters in the wilderness of Bichon province along the way. Moreover, the number and frequency of monster spawns here are very high. Almost once a minute, the main monsters are deer scarecrows, Rake Kachug Katsorg's forest Yedisig. Poisonous spiders will also spawn near the mountains. On a grassy area the size of a football field, hundreds of players are gathered, waiting to spawn monsters. Luo Chen stopped in his tracks, curious. A dozen seconds later, countless carnivorous plants suddenly emerged from the grass. Hundreds of players immediately attacked. And before the monster was even completely killed, they began minings. Luo Chen understood. This is a group of players who collect the fruits and leaves of the man-eating flower. The fruit and leaves of the carnivorous plant are both materials used to make poison. Don't underestimate them. They can earn more by staying here all night than they do delivering food. Next, Luo Chen began to avoid the crowd, then circled around to the side of the mountain wall, gazing at the entrance to the orc tomb. At this moment, the entrance to the ancient tomb was bustling with activity. After observing for a while, Luo Chen discovered that they mainly sold various potions, candles and torches, recycled low-level rare equipment, returned scrolls, and advertised for people to team up to fight monsters. There were also some mage players wearing light armor and wielding sea spirits. Wandering around after ascertaining the situation, Luo Chen immediately took down his conspicuous weapon. Shira joined a group of players and ran quickly towards the cave entrance. Just as he was about to reach the cave entrance, a mage spotted him and shouted through the chat channel, "Target is here." 7 or 8 monks quickly approached this area. However, Luo Chen was less than 50 meters from the cave entrance, and the players queuing to enter the cave were shoulder to shoulder. So even if the mage saw Luo Chen, it would be difficult for him to make a move. Now that he had been discovered, Luo Chen equipped himself with the Shura set and began to push forward. Several bolts of lightning struck. Luo Chen was hit by 2 of the strikes, losing 57 health points. 2 other unlucky people nearby were also accidentally injured by lightning that wasn't properly locked on. Then 3 more bolts of lightning struck Luo Chen simultaneously, and he promptly drank a bottle of potent wound medicine. 3 seconds later, Luo Chen finally squeezed into the hole, and then immediately went randoms. This third young master of the Wang family seems to be willing to go to any lengths. Why did the original owner have no recollection of this person? Such vengeful and ruthless characters are bound to be somewhat well known in games. Suddenly, Luo Chen was startled. A memory from the original owner surfaced in his mind. Seemingly a news report, it was said that in the original owner's previous life, a player was knocked out in real life. The reason was that he had offended a big shot in the game Apocalypse New Century. The police investigated for a long time but were unable to find the real culprit. Could it be that this third young master of the Wang family did it? Luo Chen shook his head. Putting those thoughts aside, as long as he didn't reveal his identity in the game, there wouldn't be any problems. He looked around. At this time, although the entire first floor of the Orcish tomb was dozens of times larger, it was still teeming with players without hesitation. Luo Chen randomly selected a few more times before finally approaching the entrance to the second level of the Orc tomb. He ran there without hesitation a moment later. Luo Chen arrived at the second floor and continued with the random selection. After running non-stop for more than 10 minutes, he finally entered the map of the Marfa Natural Cave. There are still quite a few players here, but Luo Chen's goal was not there. After passing through a hole that wasn't marked on the map, Luo Chen finally entered a hidden map, the Connecting Passage. There are very few players here. Most of them stumbled in by chance. Although there were quite a few skeletons here, Luo Chen did not stop but continued forward. After traversing 3 more connected maps, he finally found a connecting passage where skeleton monsters and zombie monsters were mixed together. There are almost no players here. Luo Chen cleared out monsters as he advanced. His current attack stat is 642, with a maximum damage of 46, 1.1x per hit. He can take down skeletons in 2 or 3 hits and zombies in 4 hits, making him very fast at clearing out enemies. I don't want any dropped potions. I pick up jewelry, look at it briefly, and then throw it away. As for weapons, apart from the level 15 Sea Soul and Crescent Moon, I won't even pick up the other slit alone, look at them. When he was about halfway through the process, Luo Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong with his experience points. How do I kill a zombie when I only have 128 experience points left? Only 80% of the normal 160 experience points. He's only level 22, so there's no way he'd experience decay. Luo Chen was somewhat puzzled. He looked around and suddenly his gaze froze. Holy crap. When did another player appear behind him, moreover? She's a female player dressed in simple clothes and wielding a wooden sword. Luo Chen looked closely, but did not find any information about the female player. But her hair wasn't the usual reddish-brown. It was a head of flowing silver hair. Upon closer inspection, the eyes are also purple. This gave him a chill and a name surfaced in his mind. Avoiding her wasn't an option, so Luo Chen walked towards her with trepidation, attempting to check her equipment inventory. Even after opening the equipment menu, the equipment name is still not displayed. The equipment is also simple, a wooden swordcloth clothing, and a candle. Luo Chen walked up to her hesitate and asked. Nai Xiodi, the female player, didn't answer. She just brandished her weapon. Luo Chen felt a jolt of electricity run through his body. A tingling sensation. Beautiful, how did you get in? The female Taoist priest no longer stood still, but ran around him, occasionally making a couple of empty slashes. Luo Chen pondered for a moment. You mean you want me to keep fighting monsters? What? The female Taoist priest immediately stopped and brandished her wooden sword. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. As long as there's a need. Let's get this straight. When you're killing monsters, you can't get me hurt. So he carefully turned around and slashed at a zombie not far away. After 4 strikes, the zombie fell to the ground, dropping a medium-sized healing potion, a magic potion. A pile of gold coins and a level 9 Taoist skill book. Mental force combat technique. The female Taoist priest walked straight ahead and picked up the skill book. Luo Chen finally recovered and smiled. You can pick up the gold coins and healing potions, but forget about the magic potions. The female Taoist priest seemed to understand, and immediately picked up the gold coins. But not the wound medicine. She stood on it, seemingly indicating that her backpack was full. All right, keep fighting monsters. Gradually, Luo Chen's mood relaxed. He discovered that, apart from her bizarre appearance, this silver-haired female Taoist priest behaved much like a normal player. Well, aside from being a bit lively, she ran around almost non-stop, occasionally brandishing her wooden sword. Seemingly quite excited, this made Luo Chen feel better. Although his experience was reduced to 80%, the sheer number of monsters in this connecting passage was enough to make up for the shortfall. Soon the female Taoist priestess that is Nai Xiaodi leveled up rapidly, level 11, level 12, level 13. Because Nai Xiaodi now wields a bronze axe that can only be used at level 13. Luo Chen did a quick mental calculation of the number of monsters and her level increase. Although he wasn't entirely certain, it was clear that the experience she gained was definitely not 20%. If they were in a team, even without considering the level difference, she and Luo Chen would only each receive a maximum of 65% of the experience. But that's clearly not the case now. Nai Xiaodi gained approximately 80% of the experience. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This female ghost tooth is pretty female ghost. Shouldn't be a hindrance to me, it might even be a great help. At that moment, Nai Xiaodi picked up a piece of clothing. She changed into a light women's armor with slits up to her thighs, and paired it with her silver hair. She looked surprisingly good, cough cough. Luo Chen couldn't help but despise himself. Damn it. How could he have lustful thoughts about a female ghost? Although she was indeed beautiful, holy crap. Why are you still thinking about it? In order to broaden his thinking, he started to fight monsters with all his might. After killing a few more zombies, Luo Chen suddenly heard a pleasant tinkling sound, and then a healing spell floated up above his head and landed on him. He couldn't help but turn around and look. It seemed like Nai Xiaodi was smiling at him. Wow. You have disturbed my resolve. Women will only slow down my knife-wielding speed. Forcing himself to continue burying himself in killing monsters, Luo Chen found that he was no longer afraid of the female ghost, but rather worried that he would not be able to control his lustful desires for her. He was suddenly startled. This shouldn't be. He was just facing a female character in a game. This is not normal. A word surfaced in his mind, a bewitching female ghost. This brought back many memories, a female ghost in human skin. A female ghost that sucked human essence. A female ghost with a pink skull. A moment later, Luo Chen shivered, finally breaking free from the allure. It's better to be a little more scary. More than 20 minutes later, Luo Chen finally cleared out all the monsters in the connecting passage. Behind her, Nai Xiaodi had also reached level 15. She held up a level 15 Taoist weapon. Crescent Moon. Luo Chen wasn't surprised, given his high monster-killing efficiency. If she could gain 80% of the experience, this leveling speed was normal at this moment. Many more monsters had respawned in the area they had previously passed through. But Luo Chen did not intend to turn back and continue fighting monsters there. Luo Chen had a clear objective, head to the Bichon Mine zombie cave, and then traverse the connecting map to reach the Snake Valley zombie cave. Just then, he suddenly realized that Nai Xiaodi behind him had stopped moving. So he turned around to look, the female Taoist priest, clad in light armor and holding a crescent moon, stood motionless, seemingly disconnected from the game. Luo Chen panicked slightly. What should he do? She returned to 404. Should I log off and take a look too? After hesitating for a while, Luo Chen decided to find a corner and log off. But before he could act, a bubble suddenly floated up from above the female Taoist's head, containing 4 disjointed characters. Upgrade. Here, Luo Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Beautiful lady. You can't speak, you can only type if I'm right. You swing your weapon once, if I'm wrong you swing it twice. The female Taoist priest moved, slashing through the air with her crescent-shaped hand. Luo Chen understood, but couldn't help but think to himself, this female ghost typing speed is too slow. Even typing with your toes would be faster than her, however. Since she has given her opinion, let's do as she says. Luo Chen turned around and began clearing the monsters in the opposite direction. The female Taoist priest resumed her hopping and skipping, running back and forth behind occasionally. She would find a lone skeleton and swiftly kill it with her crescent moon attack, presumably to increase the proficiency of her level 9 skill mental combat technique. Luo Chen let her be. The monsters that spawned again, although not as densely packed as before, were still enough for Luo Chen and his companion to fight. The monster-killing speed was significantly faster this time. In just over 40 minutes, he once again swept across the entire map. With undivided attention and dedicated work, he gained over 70,000 experience points. However, this efficiency is not high. However, Nai Xiaodi should have reached level 16 or 17. Just then, Luo Chen noticed that the female Taoist priest had returned to kill monsters. So he had no choice but to follow her. However, I couldn't help feeling frustrated. The monster-killing efficiency here is low. And this female ghost probably doesn't know she's a lucky 10 powerhouse. Should we confront her about it? Should I take her to the wormhole in Mengjiang province to level up? They swept across the entire map again. In less than 30 minutes, Luo Chen only gained less than 50,000 experience points. He stopped Nai Xiaodi saying, the monster-killing efficiency here is too slow. Let's go to the next level. After speaking, Luo Chen gestured towards the cave entrance in front of him. Passing through this opening, you'll reach the zombie cave in the beach mine. Just then, Luo Chen suddenly noticed figures flashing in front of him. 6 players had appeared. He immediately became alert. Had someone from the zombie cave accidentally wandered into the connecting passage? Upon closer inspection, there were 6 players, 3 warriors, 12 mages, and 1 Taoist priest. All their names started with common characters. Volkswagen Tank, Volkswagen Transformer, Volkswagen Excavator. These are 3 warriors. Volkswagen Bomber, Volkswagen Fire Rain. These 2 are mages. The common people are cows, and this one is a Taoist priest. Upon seeing Luo Chen and Nai Xiaodi, Volkswagen Tank immediately shouted, who gave you permission to fight monsters here? This is Volkswagen territory, get out of here. Luo Chen originally wanted to leave, but this guy's words were too rude. Just as they were about to make a move, Volkswagen Cow spoke up lecherously, it's fine if you don't want to leave. Let this silver-haired girl keep us company for a while. Holy crap. Without saying a word, Luo Chen immediately took action. He charged straight at the 2 mages, and before they could react, he took down the Volkswagen Fire Rain with 2 strikes, then turned and killed the Volkswagen Bomber. Although the Volkswagen Cow was sarcastic, he reacted extremely quickly, instantly attaching a soul fire talisman to Luo Chen's head. But that was the end of it. After approaching, Luo Chen ignored the other 3 warriors' Ling Feng, level 19 warrior weapon. Attack 612 and killed the Taoist with 4 strikes. Luo Chen gulped down 2 bottles of potent wound medicine and turned to face the 3 warriors. Unexpectedly, the remaining 3 soldiers had 2 layers of red and green poison on their bodies. A healing spell landed on Luo Chen's head, enraged. The Volkswagen tank roared. Kill that female Taoist priest first. But Luo Chen didn't give him a chance. The level 20 warrior with 224 health points was taken down by Luo Chen in 6 strikes. Seeing that things were going badly, the remaining 2 soldiers actually flew away. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His health points were now less than half. Nai Xiaodi stood there stunned for a long time. Then bubbles appeared on her head. Please, please. Don't die. Luo Chen's health had been fully restored. And upon seeing this, he nodded repeatedly. Does that mean the game character absolutely mustn't die? The female Taoist priest slashed again. Luo Chen nodded again. No problems. I'll try my best to survive this time. The female Taoist priest brandished her wooden sword twice. Holy crap. Luo Chen was immediately stunned. That's not what you meant. Luo Chen's mind was a bit confused. When Nai Xiaodi said never die, wasn't she referring to herself? The female Taoist priest in front of me stopped moving. She must be typing. Luo Chen shook his head violently. Then looked around. He had killed 4 players. And there were many potions and 3 pieces of equipment on the ground. 1 ordinary leather glove, I threw it away. 1 magic bracelet, but a regular one, I don't want it. Half a month's time. A piece of trash with Taoist skills level 1-1 now. Wait a minute. Luo Chen was about to throw away the weapon when he suddenly discovered that it had been cursed for 4 points. That's pretty harsh. But that Taoist priest named Popular Cow was only a yellow-named player, PK value greater than 100 and less than 200. So how was the curse applied? Luo Chen just killed 4 people. So the Usura curse only increased by 1. It's the name of God of Newbies that's bright red. With 400 PK points right there. Bubbles finally began to rise above the female Taoist's head. Me and you, Luo Chen was taken aback. Then overjoyed, you mean either of us can die. Especially you this time. The female Taoist priest decisively swung her weapon. Luo Chen immediately felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Thank goodness they're all alive. I'm safe now. Only then did he have the composure to ask the question he'd had earlier, during the PvP. You used a poison spell, but I don't recall you having any poison rights. The silver-haired female Taoist priest remained still. Luo Chen was a little frustrated. Holy crap. Fine, stop typing, I won't ask any more, okay. But he only dared to think these words in his heart, after all. The woman in front of him was a genuine female ghost. After a full minute, the bubbles rose again. Curse, poison, no talisman. Luo Chen frowned deeply. What do you mean? She's poisonous, but there's no talisman. What about the curse? Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly picked up the crescent moon sword he had just thrown away and traded it to Nai Xiaodi. This weapon is cursed level 4. Is this the kind of curse they're talking about? Nai Xiaodi took the curse for half moon and threw it on the ground a dozen seconds later. Luo Chen stepped forward and picked it up, discovering that it was not cursed. Then he opened Nai Xiaodi's equipment inventory, only to be surprised to find that the crescent moon sword in her hand was also uncursed. Luo Chen was astonished. His mouth agape enough to swallow an egg. You can absorb curses. Nai Xiaodi made a cut to indicate that it was correct. What the hell? Luo Chen immediately traded his Shura weapon to him. What about this one? Can you equip it? If you can't, Nai Xiaodi took it. And the transaction was completed in a short while. Luo Chen looked and confirmed it. She really could absorb the curse. Suddenly a thought flashed through Luo Chen's mind. And he blurted out. You just said you could use curses as poison. Now there's poison but no protective talisman. Nai Xiaodi immediately brandished her weapon and then quickly circled around Luo Chen. Now Luo Chen understood completely. Female ghost. You're amazing. Next. Luo Chen thought for a moment and then revealed his plan. Let's go to the wormhole map in Mengjiang province. It drops weapons and equipment level 22 and above. And it's a public map, so we'll be safer there. Nai Xiaodi stopped and stood still. This time Luo Chen waited patiently. A little over a minute later, bubbles began to rise. Okay, first bind, Nai Xiaodi then moved. wielding her crescent moon sword and slashing at Luo Chen, causing him to lose 1 point of health. Luo Chen was taken aback but did not move. Then Nai Xiaodi raised her hand and released a layer of green poison at him. -1, -1, -1. Luo Chen's health points were dropping at a rate of 3 points per second, which puzzled him. Beautiful lady, are you trying to bind me by poisoning me? Nai Xiaodi slashed him with her knife to confirm. Then she cast a healing spell on Luo Chen. 30 seconds later, the green poison disappeared. After casting a healing spell, Nai Xiaodi took the lead and headed towards the entrance leading to the beach mine. Luo Chen quickly followed upon entering the zombie cave. The number of players noticeably increased. Luo Chen didn't stop to fight the monsters instead. He flew away randomly then. He confirmed his suspicions. Nai Xiaodi's description of the bondage was indeed true. Wherever he flew, the female Taoist followed. Luo Chen was relieved and continued with the random selection. Along the way, many player teams saw his red name and tried to PK him. But Luo Chen avoided them all. He quickly used one of his 2 random teleportation stones, one of which was dropped by the 3rd young master of the Wang family. And then he arrived at his destination. A winding, meandering map named Bridge in the beach mine. There are actually 3 maps named Bridge. It's a small area, but the zombies spawn very quickly. A very large, symmetrical area with a deep abyss rift running through the entire map at its center. Another point is where Luo Chen is located. This map is actually very hidden. It is not marked on the maps, and the entrance is in a corner of the mining area transfer station. Upon arriving at this winding map, Luo Chen didn't continue with random selection. Instead, he led Nai Xiaodi towards the furthest corner, fighting monsters as they advanced. With the female Taoist support, Luo Chen's monster-killing speed increased again. Moreover, the amount of medicine used has been greatly reduced. At first, Nai Xiaodi frequently used poison techniques, but she would often be killed by Luo Chen as soon as she applied the poison to the monsters. So she simply focused on providing healing, and so Luo Chen began to hack and slash recklessly, even with 7 or 8 zombies on his back. The drop rate here is noticeably higher. Not long after, he obtained a usable piece of ordinary warrior equipment. Skull ring, weight 1, durability 6, attack 0-3. Requires attack power 30. More than an hour later, Luo Chen, with Nai Xiaodi in tow, cleared the entire map and arrived at the entrance of a cave. It was 12:30 a.m. He gained over 120. 0 experience points on this trip. And since logging in Tade has accumulated over 270. 0 experience points, just 1 step away from level 23. As for Nai Xiaodi, her level has actually broken through to level 20. Because Luo Chen discovered that he had just switched to a demon-slaying weapon, level 20 Taoist weapon. Attack 6, 11 Taoist magic 1-2 accuracy +1. This demon slayer weapon was dropped by an electric zombie. Unfortunately, neither Luo Chen nor Nai Xiaodi had any protective talismans. Although Nai Xiaodi had learned the Soul Fire Talisman, level 18. Summon Skeleton, level 19, and Invisibility, level 20. She couldn't use them yet in Luo Chen's backpack. Besides 6 bundles of super healing potions and 6 bottles of potent sun water, there are also 9 Summon Skeletons manuals, 5 Fireball manuals, 3 Ghost Shield manuals, 1 Lightning Bolt manual, 1 Holy Armor manual, as well as a magnifying glass of level 20 or higher, a bamboo flute, a blue jade necklace, and other jewelry. After resting for a moment, Luo Chen went directly into the cave entrance and arrived at a connecting passage in the Snake Valley mining area. As soon as I entered, a zombie king bound in chains and 5 electric zombies pounced on me. Luo Chen was startled and hurriedly ran forward. He was trying to lure the monster away to prevent Nai Xiaodi from being affected by the electric zombies. After all, a level 20 Taoist only has 131 health points. After running a distance, he turned around and slashed at an electric zombie, while simultaneously drinking a bottle of Sunfair and a bottle of potent healing potion. And then Nai Xiaodi's healing magic arrived. It took him half a minute to defeat the 5 electric zombies, and they seemed to have dropped a special item. At this moment, the corpse king behind them had been coated with red and green poison and was chasing after Nizayodi. Luo Chen didn't bother picking up his things. He decisively stepped forward and unleashed a deadly sword strike at the corpse king. In less than 10 seconds, the corpse king collapsed and exploded. Nizayodi's poison is so potent. Luo Chen quickly scanned it. Then his eyes narrowed the ghost necklace. Finally, something good has come out. When Luo Chen built it up and saw it, he was even more surprised and delighted. It was top-notch. Ghost necklace, weight 1, durability 8-9, attack 0-6, +1. Requires level 24, I can't wear it yet. Besides the ghost necklace, the corpse king also dropped 6 small sun waters, 2 large sun waters, a large pile of gold coins, and 1 fire resistance ring. He only picked up 2 bottles of sun water, while Nizayodi took the gold coins. Remembering that the electric zombie had also dropped something, he turned around to check and found it was a random teleportation stone. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This drop rate is ridiculously low. He's killed 2,000 monsters and only got 1 piece. This is no easy feat, just as I picked it up. I heard the sounds of monster fighting coming from around the corner on the other side of the connecting passage. It sounded like there were quite a few people involved. He was startled there were people here too. After thinking about it, he decided to play randomly since he was currently a red-named player. He should avoid encountering other players. Don't test human nature, especially in games. But just then a voice exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap. Look quick, there's a big red name here." And a silver-haired female Taoist priest. As soon as the words were spoken, 11 players dressed in light armor appeared in a flash. 6 mage wielding level 15 sea soul weapons, and 1 wielding a level 20 crescent moon weapon. 3 Taoist priests, of whom held crescent moons, and 1 held a demon-subduing weapon. 2 warriors, 1 wielding the level 19 weapon Lingfeng, and the other holding the level 20 weapon Jianmado. Luo Chen's expression turned grave. We can't win. He was about to use the random teleportation stone. But to his astonishment, he discovered that this connection channel did not allow the use of random teleportation. This is troublesome. Luo Chen decisively retreated and whispered to Nizayodi, "Go back to the map we used before." At this moment, the players on the other side quickly caught up, shouting, "Don't let this red-named player get away." I just glanced at his equipment, so many top-tier items. Just one of them would be enough to feed us. 6 bolts of lightning struck Luo Chen one after another. Fortunately, Luo Chen was moving, so only 3 attacks were truly locked onto him. But they still managed to take away 89 points of his health. Luo Chen drank a bottle of potent wound medicine and a bottle of Big Sun medicine in one go. Although the potent healing potion can add 90 health points, I'll definitely be attacked again later. So I added a potent sun potion to instantly boost my health by 50 points. Sure enough, seconds later, 2 more bolts of lightning struck him just then. Luo Chen suddenly noticed that Nizayodi hadn't run away, but instead had used green poison on the 2 warriors running in the lead. Luo Chen panicked slightly. "Beautiful lady, run. You can't beat them," but Nizayodi didn't listen to him. Instead, she quickly used her poisoning technique to coat all 11 players chasing behind her with a layer of green poison. Yes, I didn't use any red poison to protect her. Luo Chen had no choice but to stop in front of Nizayodi and decisively drank 3 bottles of potent wound medicine and 2 bottles of Great Sun potion in succession, which allowed him to withstand the lightning attacks of 6 mages. After clearing the poison zone, Nizayodi finally turned around and ran back to the previous map. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed, while continuing to drink his medicine. His magic resistance is low, and he can't withstand the concentrated lightning attacks at this stage. Not to mention the soul fire talismans from 2 Taoist priests. As soon as Luo Chen passed through the cave entrance, he saw Nizayodi facing him, attacking the open space in front of her with her weapon. He immediately realized that she wanted him to block the door. Luo Chen, who had originally intended to teleport randomly, immediately turned around and swung the Usura. Just then, two soldiers appeared one after the other. A level 19 warrior has 208 HP and a level 20 warrior has 224 HP. Luo Chen's weapon immediately landed on the level 20 warrior. The two warriors immediately retaliated. And at the same time, three Taoist priests appeared behind them. Despite enduring 3 soul fire talismans, Luo Chen managed to reduce the level 20 warrior to near death. The soldier was shocked. He hadn't expected Luo Chen's attack to be so exaggerated. He immediately broke away from the battlefield and rushed towards Nai Xiaodi's direction. Luo Chen was a little anxious, but Nai Xiaodi was not afraid. Instead, she stepped forward and used her demon-slaying slash to strike the wounded warrior. The wounded warrior let out a scream and was knocked to the ground dead. This surprised everyone, including Luo Chen. Luo Chen reacted extremely quickly. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately slashed at another warrior. This level 19 warrior fared even worse. After taking only 3 hits, his remaining 50-odd health points were gone. Upon seeing this, the 3 Taoist priests immediately changed their target. Kill this female Taoist priest first. Her poison is too potent. One of the Taoist priests exclaimed in horror. I can't heal myself. Nai Xiaodi at level 20 remained completely calm. Instead of retreating, she advanced and took the initiative to attack one of the enemies. In that split second, Luo Chen suddenly realized that Nai Xiaodi's name was still in white. How is that possible? Keep in mind that Nai Xiaodi intentionally poisoned the other party. Even if those mages were gray-named, Luo Chen was absolutely certain that the 2 warriors from before were definitely white-named. Even though Nai Xiaodi killed the enemy warrior, her name was still displayed in white. Despite his confusion, he didn't hesitate for a moment and began to slash wildly at the Taoist priest who was attacking Nai Xiaodi. Of course, to verify his suspicions, Luo Chen deliberately reduced the Taoist priest to near death before turning around and attacking the other 2 Taoist priests. As expected, Nai Xiaodi remained unmarked even after killing the Taoist priest. Luo Chen understood and abandoned his weakened opponent, instead slashing at the last Taoist priest. He was now almost certain that Nai Xiaodi's backpack was full of potions, which was why she dared to stop and fight the enemy. The last Taoist priest took 2 high-damage hits, leaving him with only 11 health points. Terrified, he immediately flew away. In less than 20 seconds, 3 of the 5 enemies were killed and 2 were killed. What puzzled Luo Chen was, where were the 6 mages on the other side? He was also worried that if all these mages appeared at once, he wouldn't be able to handle them. Nai Xiaodi, standing nearby, skillfully picked up the items dropped by the enemy on the ground, including potions and 2 stacks of amulets. After collecting the items, Nai Xiaodi didn't hesitate at all and went straight through the opening to the connecting passage. Luo Chen was startled and quickly followed. But upon reaching the connecting passage, Luo Chen was immediately stunned. No wonder none of the 6 mages showed up, they all died here. One of the lying corpses, a mage, was still cursing in disbelief. Why is this damn Taoist's poison useless? Even with healing potions, it doesn't heal me at all. Luo Chen suddenly realized they were all poisoned to death by Nai Xiaodi. What the hell? He gasped sharply. This poison is definitely problematic. That's incredibly fierce. How could the poison from an ordinary Taoist player possibly render a healing potion ineffective? However, if they couldn't be healed after being poisoned by Nai Xiaodi, then the deaths of the 6 mages in front of them would be perfectly normal. Luo Chen had also experienced her poison. It caused him to lose 3 health points per second. If it takes 30 seconds, and the healer can't replenish the healths, the user will lose 90 health points. Even a level 22 mage only has a pitiful 86 health points. Even Luo Chen felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. Fortunately, although Nai Xiaodi is a female ghost, she's on our side now. He also mourned the two players who flew away, who were most likely gone, in other words in this encounter. Nizayodi poisoned 11 people. A football team was thus destroyed. Even now, Nizayodi's name is still by. Are female ghosts immune to murder? A few minutes later, a large bubble appeared above Nizayodi's head. Poison many 1100 talismans 2 stacks let's go. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and immediately understood. Nizayodi's poisoning technique used PK points. 1 PK point allows you to use the poisoning technique once. So killing 11 people resulted in an extra 1100 PK points. As for the amulets, she had just picked up 2 stacks. Got it, let's go. In the next 2 maps, Luo Chen encountered several groups of players. But they were all quite restrained and did not attack him just because he was a red-named player. Well, water does not interfere with river water. Nizayodi didn't intentionally kill anyone. She acted just like any other player. As he walked and killed monsters, Luo Chen finally reached level 23. He immediately switched to a blue jade necklace with an attack power of 2-2, which increased his attack cap slightly. About an hour later, Luo Chen with Nizayodi in tow arrived at a completely new connecting passage. This map is more concealed, so there's no one here. Nizayodi was very excited after summoning the mutated skeleton and took the initiative to attack a zombie. She probably didn't want to use the amulet, so she just used the demon-slaying weapon to fight monsters. However, with the help of her poison skills and skeletons, she kills monsters much faster than ordinary players. Of course, just don't compare yourself to Luo Chen. The zombies here are incredibly numerous, making the monster killing efficiency more than twice as high. Having advanced only halfway, Luo Chen had already gained 200,000 experience points. Levels 23-24 require 350,000 experience points. Luo Chen was confident that he could complete the upgrade within half an hour. Because in the latter half of this connecting passage, monsters from the centipede cave begin to appear in large numbers. Black Maggot 180 experience points. Jumping Bee experience points 210. Giant Worm 230 experience points. Centipede 230 experience points. Pincer Bug experience points 250. The Black Maggots, also known as Tire, have extremely high movement and attack speeds. In Luo Chen's memory of the early days of Legend of Mir, the player's character would stagger backward when attacked by monsters. The Black Evil Maggot's attack could keep the player's character controlled until death. So fragile mages both hated and feared it. Jumping Bees and Giant Worms are ordinary creatures with low health and high experience gain, making them popular with mages. Centipede 230 HP. 1217 attack 5 magic defensible defense. A warrior's favorite, the Pincer Bug has 270 HP 5 defense. 7 magic defense and an attack power of 1528. Making it a headache for all classes however. It has a high chance of dropping equipment of level 22 or higher. And it is also easy to get some rare items. Faced with a vast sea of insects, Luo Chen could only fight them one by one. Without the level 28 skill Crescent Blade, fighting monsters in the early game is just that painful for warriors. Nizayodi stopped attacking monsters and focused on using poison techniques to cooperate with Luo Chen. Luo Chen expressed his satisfaction, but still reminded her that only the poison pincers were needed, and to use the poison technique sparingly. Luo Chen had already used the mobile warehouse scroll. He stored all the skill books and a small amount of equipment in the warehouse, and then took out the 10 bundles of super healing potions. Killing bugs wasn't as satisfying as killing zombies. Nizayodi had to heal him every now and then. But after defeating a centipede, Luo Chen's mood immediately improved. This centipede dropped a piece of heavy armor. Because it's green, players jokingly call it toad skin. After changing his clothes, his current equipment is roughly as follows. A level 22 ordinary Usura with an attack power of 0.20. Level 22 standard heavy armor defense 4.7. Magic resistance 2.3 level 14 magic helmet defense 0.1. Magic defense 1.1 attack 0.4 excellent +4. A level 23 blue jade necklace, attack 2-2. A level 9 large bracelet, defense 1-1. Attack 0-2, excellent +2, level 3 iron bracelet. Accuracy +2, excellent +1, attack 0-4, excellent +4. A level 9 bullhorn ring, defense 0-1. Attack 0-3, excellent +2. Requires a skull ring with 30 attack power. Attack power is 0-3, a level 23 warrior, has 276 HP. 5-9 base attack 0-5, defensing 0-1 magic resistance. Luo Chen's attack stat is currently 747. With a maximum damage per hit of 51, 1.1x. Almost all insect monsters die in 5 hits. Including the poison pincers, just hit them 5 times and they'll die from the poison. With his current defense of 515, he can withstand a few black maggots, jumping bees, centipedes and the like without much trouble. But if 2 pincers are added, won't be able to handle it. So it took him more than 40 minutes to reach level 24. He immediately switched to the top-tier ghost necklace with an attack power of 0.6, instantly increasing his maximum attack power by 4 points. Regarding equipment drops, he got a Shura weapon with +1 strength, which was only useful for slow durability loss. There was also a top-tier soul armor which Nizayodi, who had just reached level 22, equipped with. Soul armor female, weight 15, durability 23. Defense 3-8, excellent +2. Magic defense 3-4, excellent +1, Taoist magic 0-2. Requires level 22. Luo Chen also picked up most of the backpack's worth of level 22 and above jewelry. As for the ordinary level 22 clothing for various professions, as well as ordinary weapons, he picked them up and threw them away. Nizayodi did the same. Aside from collecting gold coins and potions, she only wanted equipment that increased magic defense. For example, she wouldn't wear the top-grade Phoenix Pearl with Taoist magic level 1-3. She insisted on wearing the ordinary white tiger tooth necklace, Taoist magic level 1-0. Magic abduction 20%. She wouldn't even wear the level 20 Taoist bracelet 0-1. She insisted on the ordinary magic bracelet 0-1 defense. 1-2 magic resistance. Luo Chen sighed inwardly, okay. I know you can't die, but isn't this a bit too much of a fear of death? After reaching level 24, Luo Chen quickly calculated. Levels 24-25 require 400,000 experience points. Based on a 180 experience point per bug, with Nizayodi present, the experience is 80% of normal. You would need to kill more than 2,200 monsters. It will take at least another 3 hours. However, it's 3:30 a.m. now, so there's plenty of time. He glanced at the distant view behind him, where the map had been refreshed and was now full. He felt calm, there was enough time and enough monsters. Keep fighting monsters, teamwork makes the dream work. Although he knew Nizayodi was a female ghost, he couldn't resist her beauty. And after half a day of getting to know her, Luo Chen couldn't help but think of her as a beautiful woman who wasn't very good at typing. Therefore, he is in a very happy mood now. Nizayodi seemed to value this game even more, not only occasionally helping Luo Chen lure away the pincers that were attacking him, but also healing him from time to time, showing more consideration than real players. This connecting passage map is located deep within the Snake Valley mining area, and most people who reach it are already out of ammunition and supplies, so no one bothers to visit it. Don't even think about any rich player bringing a demon bloodstone to survive this long. It only restores 1 point of health per second, which isn't even as effective as a small bottle of healing potion. Unless like Luo Chen is now. It's used as a support health pack, therefore. Luo Chen felt that this prop worth 1,000 yuan was only meant to swindle a little money from rich people. After about an hour's, Luo Chen finally began to vaguely see the end of the connecting passage map. The monsters couldn't even move, it felt so good. It would be even better if he were a mage who could use fire wall. Thinking about this, Luo Chen suddenly felt a little regretful. Would choosing to be a mage have been a good choice in the first place? But then I thought mages are too fragile and easily killed, and they don't have an advantage when fighting bosses. They have a lot of disadvantages, that's fine then. 20 minutes later, Luo Chen finally saw the end of the map and was about to enter the first floor of the dungeon Centipede Cave, or wormhole officially called the dungeon. But then his heart sank, damn. How come there are 4 archer guards? In his mind, shouldn't there be 2? This made him somewhat uneasy. He wondered if he could withstand the scorching sun. He was thinking and fighting monsters at the same time. But suddenly he found that his health points were dropping rapidly. Luo Chen was immediately startled and quickly drank 2 bottles of medicine. Only then realizing, among the monsters before him was a green caterpillar that looked exactly like a giant worm. And it even had a strange name on its head, mutant slime. And it even has 1500 HP. Holy crap, how come a big boss spawns here? Luo Chen went up and slashed again, only to find that with his current attack power of 56 per hit, he had only managed to reduce the mutated slime's health by 11 points. Luo Chen was immediately dumbfounded. Holy crap. This boss has a defense of 45, just then Nizaiodi, who had just finished collecting potions and gold coins, also saw the boss surprisingly. She became very excited and quickly applied 2 red and green poisons to it. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, based on Nizaiodi's ferocious green poison damage. This mutated slime wouldn't last more than 10 minutes before it was defeated. So he quickly cleared out the surrounding monsters, giving Nizaiodi plenty of space to roam around. But Nizaiodi was puzzled as to why Luo Chen wasn't making a move. So she made a gesture as if she were slashing a monster. Luo Chen could only smile wryly and attack forward. With a 1 strike, Luo Chen was surprised to find that the monster had lost 21 points of health this time. In other words, Nizaiodi's green poison is fierce, and her red poison is just as powerful. Reduces defense by 10 points. After being slashed twice by Luo Chen, the mutated slime immediately shifted its aggro, raising half of its body like a cobra to launch an attack. In just 2 hits, Luo Chen's health points dropped by nearly 100. After Luo Chen slashed twice more, he quickly retreated. At this moment, Nizaiodi also realized why Luo Chen had stopped attacking. She cast 2 healing spells, seemingly as an apology to Luo Chen. After Luo Chen's health was fully restored, he continued to slash a few more times. Once the poison on the monster disappeared, Nizaiodi revived it for free. 7 or 8 minutes later, the mutated slime let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. As expected of a special boss, it dropped a massive 9x9 loot. This was the most loot Luo Chen had seen in the past 2 days. Nizaiodi skipped and hopped to pick up the gold coins first. There are a total of 4 large piles and 3 small piles of gold coins. High-efficiency solar water, 8 bottles. Various other medicines, 6 bottles, a charm ring. A skull ring, a gold bracelet and a magnifying glass. 1 piece of war god armor, 1 piece of demon robe. Purgatory, 1 sword. Luo Chen was genuinely excited this time, high-level weapon. He quickly stepped forward and picked up the weapon, discovering that although its attributes were ordinary, its high level made up for it. Purgatory, weight 60. Durability 28, attack 0.25, requires level 26. This weapon is a watershed moment in a warrior's image. Wielding the Hellfire makes you a high-class, rich and handsome man. After a moment of joy, he looked at the other items on the ground, the God of War armor, which he could also use. Luo Chen stood on it, only to find that his backpack wasn't heavy enough. He had to throw down a bundle of super wound medicine before he could successfully pick it up. When he saw the emerald green armor of the God of War, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and his heart pounded. He never imagined this was so much more valuable than the Hellfire armor. War God armor, male, weight 40, durability 38-39. Defense 5-10, excellent +1, magic defense 3-5. Attack 0-4, excellent +4, requires attack power 46. Luo Chen was extremely excited with this. Why would I need the heavenly demon armors? Level 40 warrior armor, attack 1-2, he promptly put it on. And the system immediately warned him, your load-bearing capacity is insufficient. Luo Chen slapped his forehead. He's currently a level 24 warrior, and his equipment only weighs 44. This outfit can only be worn by someone at least level 26. I completely forgot. After carefully storing away the Purgatory armor and the War God armor, Luo Chenjai was filled with pride. Once he reaches level 26, he'll take off. With every strike, even the toughest boss is no match. After a while of daydreaming, Luo Chen suddenly noticed that Naiziodi, who had finished picking up the items on the ground, ran to his side and threw down a skull ring. Then she slashed at the ground a few times in the air, making herself pick it up. Luo Chen asked in confusion, "Beautiful lady, don't you know that the bullhorn ring I'm wearing, with 0-1 defense and 0-3 attack, is top tier? It's much better than the one you threw on the ground." But after he picked it up, he immediately realized he had wronged Naiziodi. This is amazing. It's a great item with an attack power of 0-5, plus 2 for excellent quality. Without saying a word, Luo Chen changed out of his ordinary skull ring and expressed his sincere gratitude to the beautiful woman. With this, Luo Chen's maximum attack power is now 58. Ordinary insects can be killed in 4 hits, greatly increasing monster killing efficiency. His goal has now been updated. He absolutely must reach level 26 today. With that thought in mind, he abandoned his plan to go to the Centipede Cave and turned back to start killing monsters in the direction of the zombie cave. When he once again fought his way into the area teeming with insects and zombies, his level finally broke through the 25 mark. Luo Chen almost couldn't wait to learn the assassination sword technique. The base attack of a level 25 warrior has also changed to 610, with a maximum attack of 59 per hit. The connecting passage is located about halfway into the zombie cave. Where the monsters that spawn there are almost all zombies. Luo Chen didn't hesitate. He lured a bunch of them in and then quickly killed them. 3 hits and you're done for. The monster killing experience couldn't be more satisfying. Furthermore, even the outermost zombies can be hit by the assassination sword technique, interval assassination, slightly increasing efficiency. Seeing this, Naiziodi simply took the initiative to act as the one who lured the monster away. As long as Luo Chen stands still and kills monsters, she goes out and lures a bunch of them, then runs to Luo Chen's side and uses invisibility. A moment later, the ground was littered with fallen gold coins potions, skill books and equipment below level 20. Luo Chen no longer picks up equipment, and he only uses skill books to summon skeletons. But Naiziodi still picks them all up to look at them, enjoying it immensely. And just like that, Luo Chen and his companion quickly finished clearing out the zombies and then turned back to continue. I refreshed it again later in Apocalypse New Century. Monsters respawn incredibly fast. Like this connecting passage map. Normally, it shouldn't be a problem to support dozens of players. But now Luo Chen and Naiziodi are able to clear the level. Simply put, it has formidable strength. After clearing out the 4 archer guards again, Luo Chen's backpack was full. Apart from a Hellfire sword and a War God armor, it was full of skill books during this time. After defeating so many monsters, he finally obtained another top-tier piece of equipment that Luo Chen could use. A surprise from Naiziodi Coral Ring, weight 1. Durability 5-7, attack 0-5, excellent +1. Requires level 25s. If Naiziodi hadn't been constantly picking up and checking the equipment, Luo Chen might have missed it. That's impossible. Luo Chen felt relieved because she was picking them up. Haha. Knowing Luo Chen's mind, his impression of this beautiful female ghost has risen to the level of the snail fairy. Just then, the boss respawned near the coordinates of the location where we previously fought the mutant slime. Without saying a word, Naiziodi took the lead in applying the poison. This time, Luo Chen didn't need to be upset. He calculated his position and began to show off his newly upgraded level 1 assassination swordsmanship. Assassination swordsmanship, a warrior's trump card. Inflicts additional damage and ignores defense. Level 1 assassination deals 60% damage to monsters in the next position. Level 2 Assassination deals 80% damage. And Level 3 Assassination deals 100% damage. Level 1 Assassination ignores 60% of the defense of monsters in the next position. Level 2 Assassination ignores 80%. Level 3 Assassination ignores 100% of the defense. The above data comes from the pure SF client. Luo Chen's Level 1 Assassination skill can now deal 23 damage per hit to mutated slimes. Of course, if he goes straight in and attacks. With 62 attack power and 35 defense, can deal 27 damage. However, if the assassination sword technique allows for skillful movement, the monster won't be able to hit him and he won't lose health. As a warrior, do you prioritize a burst of power or sustained damage? Therefore, this mutated slime with 1500 HP couldn't even last a minute under the combined efforts of Luo Chen and Nai Xiaodi before it withered and collapsed. The only downside is that there wasn't a major hit. But a moment later, Nai Xiaodi brought him another surprise, Death Gloves. Weight 2 Durability 7-8 Defense 0-2, Excellent +2. Attack 1-3 Excellent +1, requires level 22. This piece of equipment is quite good. So Luo Chen immediately replaced the top-grade bracelet with it. In his memorized gold bracelet, the Death Gloves, the ebony bracelet, and the sturdy gloves were the equipment items most likely to yield top-tier items. Wearing the Death Gloves, Luo Chen sighed, if only the attack stats were all top-notch. It would be perfect after changing my equipment. I continued grinding monsters. They kept playing until 8:40 in the morning. And Luo Chen finally reached level 26. That wasn't easy. Luo Chen was self-satisfied. It's only been 2 days since the server opened. And he's already level 26 and a warrior at that, who else? I glanced at the player level leaderboard and found that the number 1 spot was still held by God of Newbies. Level 26. But the second-ranked player was surprisingly a red-named warrior named Nightly Revelry. Level 24. The third-ranked player is Linjiangxian Xia Oshui, a level 24 mage. The fourth-ranked mage is a female mage named Burning Red Cliffs and Stealing Zhou Yu. Level 24. The fifth-ranked character is the Taoist priest Killing You is also gentle. Also level 24 far ahead, then. He casually scrolled down and suddenly came across a name that made his gaze freeze. Newbie Nai Xiaodi Taoist priest current level 23. Ranked 23rd Luo Chen was somewhat panicked. Holy crap. What's going on? How should this name be punctuated? He remembered seeing the name Nai Xiaodi on the login screen. Now she's even taken her husband's surname. But what's the meaning of the extra ghost in the middle? It looks a little creepy. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment. Then closed the leaderboard. He then quietly opened the female Taoist equipment inventory beside him and quickly glanced at it. His heart sank. Damn it. She was wearing 2 level 23 gold bracelets. And they're all top-notch gold bracelet. Weight 1. Durability 8-8 Defense 0-2 Excellent +2. Magic Defense 2-3 Attack 0-1 requires level 23. Gold bracelet. Weight 1 Durability 7-9. Magic Defense 2-5 Excellent +2 Attack 0-1. Requires level 23. So, it seems that this newbie ghost Nai Xiaodi is really the silver-haired female Taoist priest in front of us. Luo Chen took a few deep breaths, but still couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Is this the consequence of binding me possessed by a ghost? Sleep paralysis. Well, bed pressing isn't entirely unacceptable. After a moment of wild speculation, Luo Chen finally recovered from his shock and began to change his clothes. Take Purgatory, the war god armors. Damn, it's not heavy enough, I still can't put it on. And his current equipment is Purgatory. Weight 60. Durability 1928, Attack 025 requires level 26. Ordinary Heavy Armor Magic Helmet. Weight 4. Durability 7-11 Defense 0-1 Magic Resistance 1-1. Attack 0-4 Excellent +4, requires level 14 Ghost Necklace. Weight 1 Durability 6-9 Attack 0-6 +1, requires level 24. Death's Gloves. Weight 2 Durability 6-8. Defense 0-2 Excellent +2, Attack 1-3 Excellent +1. Requires level 22 iron bracelet, weight 1, durability 4/7. Accuracy +2, excellent +1, attack 0/4, excellent +4. Requires level 3 coral ring, weight 1, durability 3/7. Attack 0/5, excellent +1, requires level 25 skull ring. Weight 1, durability 6, attack 0/5, excellent +2. Requires attack power 30 excluding weapons and clothing. Luo Chen's current total equipment load capacity is 10. His level is 26 and his equipment load is 49. The War God armor weighs 40, which is exactly 1 point over the wearing weight. Now you know why the magic helmet is both loved and hated. After much deliberation, Luo Chen removed the death gloves and then put on the War God armor. Instantly, Luo Chen's entire body swelled up. Advanced warrior, who else after all that fuss? It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The entire connecting passage where Luo Chen was located was instantly swarmed with monsters. And all of them were buffed with the nightfall buffs. Luo Chen had been working continuously all night and was now mentally exhausted. So after consulting with Nai Xiaodi, Luo Chen, who was already on the whitelist, directly used the return stone. Nai Xiaodi didn't fall. It seems she logged off immediately. The entire city of Beach is now packed with people. Completely jammed, Luo Chen was somewhat frustrated. But there was nothing he could do in this situation. Only after 5 days, when all the newbie zones have been merged, will a super city consisting entirely of safe zones appear, allowing players within the city to move freely regardless of collision area. Just bear with it for now. He still used the beach veteran's teleportation method to reach the bookstore, only to be startled by the hundreds of people inside. Everyone loves reading so much. Although the bookstore space is comparable to that of Xinhua Library, it's still too crowded standing inside the bookstore. Luo Chen sent a private message to Chinese letter, 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 back in the city. Where would be a convenient place to meet and trade? Fatty Jin went straight back to the Yuelai Inn. Isn't Yuelai Inn in Mengjiang province? Are you opening a branch in Bichun, however? He returned to the city to find the veteran, and then teleported to the first floor of the Yuelai Inn. Oh, I was wrong. Thighs is indeed the Bichun warehouse. Moreover, after Luo Chen arrived at the warehouse, he immediately understood why Fatty Jin had chosen this location. The entire first floor of Yuelai Inn has no collision area. In other words, it's fine no matter how many people squeeze in here. Right there, he received an invitation. Player Chinese letter, 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 invites you to room 222 of the warehouse. Do you accept? Wow, it has this function too. Luo Chen selected agree and appeared in a private room a moment later. Fatty Jin smiled and traded a teleportation stone to him. Then said, after you return to town, you can use this item to come to room 222. This is also one of our studio's permanent locations. Although he didn't know the rent for the house, it didn't stop Luo Chen from exclaiming, it's so good to be rich. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Chen found the warehouse keeper number 222 in the private room and began retrieving the items. Taking this opportunity, the chubby guy next to him began to introduce the market situation of the best-selling products. First, skill books such as Poisoning Technique, Lightning Technique, Soul Fire Talisman, and Attack Sword Technique are no longer being purchased by any merchant guilds. The drop rate of these skill books in the zombie cave is too high, and players are now selling them in bookstores. However, the prices of Light of Temptation and Ring of Fire Resistance have skyrocketed due to their low drop rate, and they are now being sold for as much as 30,000 per book. Luo Chen expressed his understanding, because he had discovered yesterday that the drop rate of Poisoning Technique and Lightning Technique was almost catching up with that of level 7 basic skills. Of course, this was also a deliberate move by Apocalypse New Century to quickly improve players' strength. When Fatty Jin saw Luo Chen pull out 40 summoned skeleton books for the trade, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, brother, that's amazing among skill books below level 20. Only these are still valuable and they're still worth 50. 0 each, then somewhat hesitantly asked. Do you have skill books for level 24 or higher? Regular zombies hardly ever drop them. And the market price is ridiculously high right now. Luo Chen was taken aback, then thought about it carefully. And realized it was true. He killed tens of thousands of zombies, but didn't see many skill books above level 24. The magic shield binding spell Hellfire Lightning and Crescent Blade that I obtained last time were all dropped by the Corpse King. You should still be able to find wild Corpse Kings in the first 2 days after the server opens. And that's also when prices fluctuate the most. Once the drop rates of items from monsters are roughly determined, prices should stabilize from today onwards. Anyone who tries to steal the Corpse King will probably get their brains smashed. Should I try to find a way to pull off another heist at the Corpse King's palace? By the way, did you sell Magic Shield and Hellfire Lightning? How much did you make? Luo Chen asked casually. Fatty Jin hesitated for a moment but then generously said, Thanks to you I bought a batch from my peers at a high price. And they're all sold out today. Magic Shield sold for 8. 0 credits each, Hellfire Lightning for 5. 0 credits each. And even Firewall sold for 1 million gold coins each. Then with a helpless sigh he said, I didn't expect to sell so early. Now the price has gone up again. The law of value, supply and demand determine price trends. Luo Chen was speechless. My sales yesterday were too conservative. However, there was nothing that could be done in the original owner's memories. Only the price of Summon Divine Beast was clear. The prices of other skill books were unknown. Thinking about summoning a divine beast, Luo Chen felt a little depressed if he hadn't been being chased. He would most likely have been able to get a copy, which would cost 35 million gold coins. 35 million gold coins is only 70,000 yuan. I bought a damn iron bracelet and it cost me 168. 0 credit coins. But he sold a sturdy glove and earned 350,000 moreover. The top-tier War God armor he obtained today is worth far more than gold coins. Even in Purgatory, if he wanted to make a move now, he'd need at least a Karand, a high-end one at that. Thinking about this, Luo Chen felt at peace. After trading 40 summon skeletons scrolls, and deducting the previous movement warehouse scroll costing 200, Luo Chen received 1.8 million gold coins. Then he took out the remaining skill books. 5 copies of Fireball level 19. 3 copies of Ghost Shield level 22. 1 copy of Assassination Sword Technique level 25. 1 copy of Lightning Bolt level 26. 1 copy of Divine Armor level 26. Fatty Jin's expression was rather interesting. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Big brother, what other skill books do you have? Can you bring them all out at once? Luo Chen answered bluntly, there's only 1 copy left. Half Moon Scimitar. Fatty Jin was instantly thrilled. Big brother. Newbie Grandpa Half Moon Slash for sale. 30 million, you name your price. Luo Chen said irritably. What would I use the yarn for if I sold it to you? Hurry up and give me an estimate. Jin Pangzi was reluctant to leave. But his professional ethics quickly got him back into the swing of things. The Great Fireball is now in the store. Ghost Shield is 100,000 per book. Assassination Sword Technique is 500,000. Lightning Bolt is 1 million and Divine Armor is 1,500,000. Luo Chen received 3.3 million gold coins. After the skill book transaction was completed, Luo Chen laid out all the equipment. Ordinary magnifying glasses, bamboo flutes. Blue jade necklace, skull ring set. A level 22 strength plus 1 Shura weapon. Demon robes, 1 for men and 1 for women. A level 9 large bracelet, defense 1-1. Attack 02 excellent plus 2, a level 9 bullhorn ring. Defense -1 attack 03 excellent plus 2. Level 18 sturdy gloves, defense 02. Attack 01 excellent plus 1. This time Fatty Jin didn't name a price directly, instead. He hesitated for a moment but spoke very politely, Brother Bird. What bird bro, call me Bird uncles. Luo Chen said without any politeness. Kim the fat man simply changed his tune, "Okay, Uncle Bird. Evaluating these items will take a while. Do you have any gear you'd like to see? You can also check our inventory." Luo Chen accepted Jin Pangzi's invitation and quickly browsed through an auction-like interface. And you know what? It's only been 2 days since the server opened. And they've not only come up with this, but they've also included a reference price. That's pretty professional. After looking through them for a while, Luo Chen suddenly stopped. "These deerskin boots and belt. Totaling 500,000, right? I'll take them. 500,000 gold coins, equivalent to 1,000 yuan in cash, damn. That's way more expensive than a pair of leather shoes he could buy in real life. But there's nothing we can do. These are the 2 pieces of equipment and the weight limit. So we just have to make up for what's missing." Jin Duoduo then assessed the value of the equipment he was selling. Attack plus 2 bracelet 500. 0 attack plus 3 horn ring 300,000 attack plus 1 sturdy gloves 200. 0 demon robe 300,000. Package price 2600,000 plus. I'll give Bird Uncle a mobile warehouse scroll for free. Luo Chen didn't hesitate. A plus 2 attack bracelet is only this price. If it were plus 3 attack, it would be 10 times more. And if it were plus 4 attack, it would be 20 times more on top of that. He earned a total of 7.2 million gold coins on this trip. Just as he was about to log off, Jin Duoduo spoke again. "Uncle Bird. That destiny crystal you told me to keep an eye on last time. A player said they want to sell it." Luo Chen was taken aback, then asked, "What's the price?" Fatty Jin remained outwardly calm. "Their asking price is 900. 0 credits." Luo Chen felt a tightness in his chest. He knew the price was acceptable, but he simply didn't have the money. It seems that finding a bargain is too difficult, however. He still offered advice. "Kim, if you trust Sai, just go for it. I'll cover the losses." Fatty Jin, with a slight toothache, said, "I've quietly inquired and among those in the industry, there's absolutely no information about Destiny Crystal. Our studio is only slightly below average in size, and it's a partnership of several people. We've already invested a lot of money these past 2 days. And if we make a wrong decision..." Luo Chen didn't want to dwell on the matter anymore, so he got up and took his leave. Jin Duoduo was startled, realizing that the player in front of her, who looked somewhat like a ruthless bandit, had a problem with her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Uncle Bird, I believe you." Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. "You really believe me?" Jin Duoduo laughed. "Only 2 days after the server opened. You're number 1 on the player-level leaderboard, decked out in top-tier equipment from head to toe. Your ID alone is worth going all out for." Then he winked slyly. "With your skills, forging another half-moon slash shouldn't be difficult. Right? You really aren't planning to sell it?" Luo Chen logged off without hesitation this time. "I'll sell it to you once I get the next one." After taking off his helmet, Luo Chen stretched out a big yawn. My whole body is basically pain-free now. That one physical attribute is truly amazing." He began to consider whether he should make money at any cost. Right there, Luo Chen suddenly felt a stuffy nose and a lump in his throat. He wiped his nose and discovered it was dried blood. "Why is my nose bleeding?" After using the bathroom and washing up, he returned to the living room sofa and picked up the gaming helmet. "This thing's hot." After hesitating for a moment, he put the helmet back on and went to the login screen. Next to the level 26 warrior character, a level 23 female Taoist character suddenly appeared before them. The rookie god and demon Nizaiodi. "It's confirmed it's her." Luo Chen took off his helmet and sat on the sofa. Lost in thought, how could the previous tenant, who had clearly committed suicide, inside his helmet? That silk underwear, ugh, I was so impulsive. He plugged in his helmet and then took out his phone. Holy crap, 99 plus missed calls. Aliens have invaded Earth. Or was it a world war? He checked his call log and found so many missed calls. Apart from 2 from his landlady and 1 from his childhood friend Liu Xiang. All the others were from unknown numbers, moreover. They are all unfamiliar phone numbers from all over the country. Just then, his phone rang. Luo Chen looked at the unfamiliar number, hesitated for a moment and then answered, "Who is this?" Unexpectedly, the person on the other end had quite a temper. "Pos come. Why don't you just die?" Before Luo Chen could react, the other party promptly hung up the phone. Luo Chen was completely dumbfounded. After thinking for a moment, he found Liu Xiang's phone number and dialed, "Old Liu. You called me this morning." The phone was noisy on the other end, sounding like it was in a restaurant. After about 10 seconds, heard Liu Xiang's low, urgent voice, "Old Liu, tell me the truth. Did you kill Liu Ru?" Liu Chen's head nearly exploded. As if he'd been struck by lightning. "Liu Ru dead?" "Oh yes." Short videos are circulating everywhere in Binhai City. A female student from Binhai University jumped off a building late at night, leaving a suicide note saying that her boyfriend Liu Chen ruined her life and that his phone number was even yours. Luo Chen felt a chill run through his entire body. G swear it was just 2 phone calls yesterday. If the simp stops fawning over her, will the goddess just stop living? Yes, Liu Ru is the girl who called yesterday. After a moment of panic, Luo Chen finally calmed down. Actually, it shouldn't be a big problem. According to Liu Xiang, the woman jumped from the building late last night. If the police really suspected him, he should be having tea with Uncle Hat right now. Thinking of this, he dialed his landlady's number again. "Auntie, I just saw you called me. I was playing a game, I just logged off." The clatter of mahjong tiles coming from the landlady's apartment brought Luo Chen some comfort. "Little Luo. It's all right. Late last night, our neighborhood police officer Old Li came with 2 other men insisting on finding you. I tried calling you but you wouldn't answer. So I used my spare key to open your door and there you were, lying on the sofa playing that really popular game these days." Luo Chen asked in confusion, "Then why didn't you wake me up?" I called for ages and there was no response. If your heartbeat and everything weren't normal, I would have thought in the end it was those 2 guys Old Li brought who called some logistics support department. They said that some players couldn't be woken up directly through the game helmet. Otherwise it would damage their brains. And they needed to contact Panlong Company or something. Anyway, in the end Old Li left with the 2 guys. And nothing happened anyway. I'm not going to say anything more. The old lady is playing cards right Noel 1 Such 1. After hanging up the phones, Luo Chen hesitated for a while before finally managing a wry smile. "Damn. This counts as an alibi, right?" Then he touched his nose and realized his nosebleed was caused by the local police officer. Old Lion, the relevant departments, what the hell, luckily. I listened to Nai Xiaodi and returned to 404 yesterday. Otherwise it would have been a real problem. Wait, about Liu Ru, probably not yesterday. Nai Xiaodi was playing games with me the whole time. Furthermore, there's no way Liu Ru would commit suicide because of me. According to the original owner's memories, she would never have committed suicide. But now not only is he dead, but the news is spreading like wildfire. And they even left my name and phone number. Just then the phone rang again. Luo Chen was speechless. Looks like he'd have to change his phone number. "Hello. Who is this again?" Luo Chen, who had already braced himself for a scolding, suddenly heard a deep male voice from across the room. Seemingly engaged in some strenuous activity, "Luo Chen. I know your secret. Noon, West Gate of Cherry Blossom Park." Holy crap. Luo Chen was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? I have many secrets. Which one do you know? Stay calm. What should you do in this situation? In movies, the protagonist usually goes to the meeting alone. And then some inexplicable things happen. Or perhaps they feel anxious and uneasy, as if they've been tricked. Or they might pretend nothing happened, only to have something go wrong later. Well, that makes things easier. Luo Chen immediately dialed a number. "I'm calling the police." An hour later, Officer Lithe, local police officer, led Luo Chen out of the police station. Old Li patted Luo Chen on the shoulder and said with some sigh, young Mananion would be speechless in this situation. But the Binhai criminal police team has thoroughly investigated. And you're completely cleared of suspicion. As for the cherry blossom park you mentioned, it was probably a prank, don't worry about it. Also, don't be so trusting of others in the future. You're so poor you're living in room 404, sigh. Luo Chen was speechless but somewhat moved. Wait, Lao Li. Didn't you know that gaming helmet is worth 100,000 yuan? Brother Li, let's have lunch together, it's on me. Old Li paused for a moment then suddenly realized, let's go. What do you want to eat? Zhang's big plate chicken downstairs in our area is pretty good. 58 yuan for a big bowl and they give you 2 bowls of noodles. After eating and drinking his fill, Lao Li secretly went to pay, only to be told by the owner of Zhangjai Dapanji, a type of chicken dish, that the young man had already paid. Old Li was stunned. This kid really invited me to dinner. Then he laughed heartily. It seems he doesn't have any mental problems. After finishing his meal and saying goodbye to Lao Li, Luo Chen entered a telecommunications service center on the street. These days, physical stores are becoming increasingly rare. Half an hour later, after Luo Chen linked his bank card and other documents to his new mobile phone number, he crushed the old card, damn it. He notified his landlady and Liu Xiong via WeChat, and then ignored them. The original owner's social circle was small, and he didn't have many relatives in his hometown. So he was missing for 3 months, and hardly anyone even asked about him. After returning to 404, his phone rang. Luo Chen wondered, old Liu must be busy at this hour, right? Why is the landlady looking for him? But looking at the unfamiliar number on his phone screen, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Who could it be? Just as he was hesitating whether to answer, an unknown text message suddenly lit up on his screen. Luo Chen immediately opened it and saw only 3 words on it: don't answer. Luo Chen held his phone, staring blankly as the unknown number's call was disconnected after a timeout. After a few minutes of stunned silence, another unknown text message appeared. Luo Chen's spirits lifted and he immediately checked. This time it was actually quite a long sentence: stay in. 404, now log in with talisman to the serpent. Enter the corpse palace. Although it was still somewhat intermittent, Luo Chen immediately understood. Nai Xiaodi was letting him enter the game. He checked the time, 1 p.m. normally. He should take a nap now to recharge. But Luo Chen found that he wasn't sleepy at all. No wonder he couldn't fall asleep. After going to the bathroom and quickly preparing himself, he put on his gaming helmet. He had initially considered locking the door, but then thought it unnecessary. As long as you don't leave the room, you should be safe. Once in the game, the Bichon safe zone was still packed with people, as noisy as a train station during the Spring Festival travel rush. After quickly repairing his equipment, torches can also be used for repair. Luo Chen bought 6 bundles of super healing potions, 4 bundles of amulets, 10 bundles of random teleportation scrolls and 2 torches. Sent through the veteran of Bichon, he was directly teleported to Snake Valley in the game. Nighttime is rare for players in the wild, so Luo Chen easily passed through the pass and immediately teleported randomly. More than half an hour later, Luo Chen passed through the first level of the Bitch Abandoned Mine, which is the Snake Valley Zombie Cave. The eastern part of the Bitch Abandoned Mines. The A1 level of the Mineth, A2 level of the mines. The Abandoned Stone Mineth Mine Transfer Station. And the B1 level of the Central Mine. Luo Chen was incredibly lucky. With only 2 bundles of random teleportation scrolls left, he had already arrived at the B2 level of the central mining area of the Viper. Without other players interfering and without fighting monsters, it went relatively smoothly. The map space on level B2 of the central mining area in Viper Valley is very large. But there are actually 5 coordinates that lead to the Corpse King's Palace in Viper Valley. Following his memory, he flew around randomly a few times and found a corner. Now Luo Chen was surrounded by zombies. With the buff of darkness, their health was all 310 points, and their attack speed, movement speed, attack power, and defense were all doubled. Luo Chen simply couldn't withstand the onslaught, so, like a survivor in a zombie movie, he ran around a corner quickly, followed by a large group of zombies. Many monk zombies emerged from the ground. Luo Chen quickly located the target cave entrance, a pit that one of the monk zombies had crawled out of. Having calculated the angle, and Luo Chen successfully fell into the pit and officially entered the Corpse King's palace in the poisonous Snake Valley. Luo Chen, who had prepared to fly randomly, discovered upon entering that there were no monsters at his landing spot. In one corner of the Corpse King's palace, dozens of Corpse Kings had gathered. Luo Chen quickly looked around and discovered a corner in the darkness from which came the ringing sound of a healing spell. He immediately ran over, and upon closer inspection, he saw that it was indeed the silver-haired female Taoist priest. "Nai Xiaodi, have you stayed offline?" As Luo Chen tossed down 4 bundles of protective talismans, a bundle of random teleportation scrolls and 2 torches, he asked. Nai Xiaodi immediately picked up the things on the ground, and after visibly excitedly circling Luo Chen a few times, she finally stopped moving. Luo Chen was very patient. He knew Nai Xiaodi was typing with her toes. After a while, a large bubble appeared. "I exist in both the room and the game. You are on 404. Safe this time," it was explained very clearly. And Luo Chen instantly understood. No wonder Nai Xiaodi stopped him from moving. What's so special about room 404 in building 4? Is it a real-world safe zone? What happened to Liu Ru? Who was the person who asked me to go to the Cherry Blossom Park at noon? And who called me just now? Although Luo Chen didn't expect Nai Xiaodi to answer these questions, he still couldn't help but ask them. This time it took much longer. Several minutes passed before a single bubble appeared. "Darkness Apostle, never mind that, upgrade. Improvement is your luck 10's nighttime. Drop rate 10 times. Luo Chen gradually got used to Nai Xiaodi's way of speaking and quickly deduced from her words. "You mean all of this is orchestrated by some dark force or apostles? But we shouldn't worry about them for now. Improving our strength is the priority." Nai Xiaodi made a quick slash in the air to indicate confirmation. Luo Chen felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He took a deep breath and somewhat nervously continued. "I do have a luck 10 attribute in the game's nighttime. The monster drop rate is increased tenfold. After working together all night, it's perfectly normal that they could see his natural talent for luck." Nai Xiaodi slashed again, then circled around Luo Chen. Luo Chen was overjoyed. As he expected, the luck 10 attribute had other uses as well. Filled with excitement, Luo Chen asked Nai Xiaodi expectantly, "What's so special about Lucky 10? Nai Xiaodi stopped moving again, looking at the silver-haired, purple-eyed female Taoist priest. Luo Chen thought to himself, why don't you just nod or shake your head? But he had also noticed that Nai Xiaodi's game character had almost no micro-expressions. If you were to meet her for the first time, she would seem as cold and aloof as an iceberg. The bubbles rose again. Not obvious, weapon upgrades. Top-tier bonuses, dungeons, reality. Lots of possibilities. After saying that, Nai Xiaodi seemed a little annoyed and ran off into the distance, attracting a zombie king a moment later. Luo Chen then saw clearly that in the corner where Nai Xiaodi had been, there were quite a few monster corpses lying on the ground covered in green poison. So she's been fighting monsters here all along. But upon reflection, it makes perfect sense. Nai Xiaodi possesses invisibility abilities, and her poison remains potent even against a zombie king with doubled health. 1,000 points of health would be lost in less than 6 minutes. It seems she has already killed quite a few zombie kings. Luo Chen stepped forward and began to stab the corpse king repeatedly. The space is ample, and the monster fighting experience is top-notch. After putting on deerskin boots and a deerskin belt, Luo Chen donned the death gloves again, and his attack power was now completely different from before. By the way, the 2 pieces of equipment he bought for 500 0 gold coins weren't dropped by monsters in the game, but obtained by completing a quest, Deerskin Boots. Weight 1 durability 6/6 defense 0/2 weight +4. Requires level 22. The quest was posted by the clothing store owner in Beach City. Players can exchange 1 complete deer hide and 1 deer antler for the reward. Deerskin belt weight 1 durability 6/6 weight +2. Requires level 22. Without its base stats, it only adds 1 point to weight. The quest is also posted by the clothing store owner. But all you need is a tattered deer hide, which can be found with a small chance on a deer carcass in Apocalypse New Century. Luo Chen's current equipment is roughly as follows. Level 26 Purgatory, attack 0/25. Requires a War God armor with 46 attack power. 5/10 defense +1 for excellent quality. 3/5 magic resistance. And 0/4 attack power +4 for excellent quality. Level 14 magic helmet defense, 0/1 magic defense 1/1. Attack 0/4 excellent +4. Level 24 ghost necklace, attack 0/6 +1. Level 22 death gloves defense 0/2 excellent +2. Attack 1/3 excellent +1 level 3 iron bracelet. Accuracy +2 excellent +1 attack 0/4 excellent +4. A level 25 coral ring, attack 0/5 excellent +1. Requires a skull ring with 30 attack power. Attack 0/5 excellent +2, level 22 deerskin boots. Defense 0/2 weight capacity +4 level 22 deerskin belt. Weight capacity +2 Luo Chen is currently level 26. With 334 HP 610 base, attack 0/5 defense. And 0/1 magic resistance, his panel attack is now 666. With a maximum damage of 72 per hit 1/1x, therefore. Even a zombie king with all attributes doubled would quickly perish under his relentless mobile attacks. Mobile assassination is an essential skill for advanced warriors. Given enough space, a warrior can use their movement to deliver stabs and kills, and can take on any melee boss single-handedly. After 23 strikes, Corpse King fell to the ground, dropping several potions, a pile of gold coins, and a level 28 Taoist skill bookbinding demon spell. Not bad, Naizioti continued to lure the monsters. The second zombie king dropped 2 ordinary pieces of jewelry, several potions and a pile of gold coins. The third one, the Soul Fire rune. The fourth skill is offensive swordsmanship, which summons skeletons. It wasn't until the 5th Corpse King that a valuable special item dropped, repairing elixir 1010. Luo Chen immediately picked it up. This thing costs 1,000 credits in the rich man's mall. The same as the Demon Bloodstone. But it's still very sought after among players. Selling it for 500 yuan wouldn't be a problem, but just then, Naizioti ran over and started slashing at him with her demon-slaying sword. Luo Chen suddenly realized and hurriedly threw down the repair potion. He'd forgotten she definitely needed it. Naizioti picked up the item and cast 2 healing spells on Luo Chen, expressing her happiness. Okay, currently, there are approximately 20 monsters remaining in the Corpse King's palace. Just after Luo Chen killed the 10th Corpse King, he finally saw something he had been waiting for. Destiny Crystal. Luo Chen was so excited he almost screamed. This is a treasure worth 900. 0 credit coins. He picked it up immediately. At this moment, Naizioti, who was originally planning to lure the monsteran over, circled around him and then threw something on the ground. Luo Chen looked closely and was immediately stunned. Fate crystal material. He picked it up almost at lightning speed, his heart pounding. Then Luo Chen said to Naizioti in a trembling voice, "Beautiful lady, you can't just throw this on the ground. What if it disappears, gets stolen, the server restarts, or the connection drops?" Naizioti slashed him once, then stopped moving. Luo Chen waited patiently. A little over a minute later, bubbles started to rise. Crystals, many kinds, ghosts, give them to me, what? Luo Chen wondered, are there many types of destiny crystals? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized the one he used last time had +1 to Constitution. So, he tapped the item that had just fallen out of his backpack twice. And sure enough, a new system notification appeared. The spirit of the Destiny Crystal has been discovered. This time, Luo Chen finally understood. No wonder it's called the Destiny Crystal. It's just like opening attribute point blind boxes. A spirit crystal, isn't that what Nizayodi needs? He made a deal with Nizayodi unexpectedly. After taking one look, Nizayodi refused the deal and slashed Luo Chen twice. Luo Chen frowned and guessed, "You don't need this. You want me to use it?" Nizayodi made a cut to indicate that it was correct. "Okay, then I won't be polite." Luo Chen decisively used the 2 destiny crystals. Constitution +1, Spirit +1. Luo Chen felt great, even better than that feeling you know. This has definitely been reflected in reality. Luo Chen was greatly encouraged and urged Nizayodi to continue. There are still 10 corpse kings left, let's get another one. Luo Chen is now extremely satisfied with his lucky number 10. And so after killing 5 more zombie kings, instead of the expected fate crystal, I got a high-level skill book Crescent Blade. Luo Chen was a little dissatisfied, but then he thought, I must have gotten too cocky. This is an incredibly valuable item, worth tens of millions of gold coins. There are only 5 zombie kings left. Luo Chen had already given up hope. The fate crystal wasn't something that easily dropped. Just then, a torchlight suddenly appeared in the middle of the Corpse King's palace. Then a few more people entered. Luo Chen was immediately alarmed. Other players had found the Corpse King's palace here. Coincidence or... A moment later, he saw the other person's name clearly. Nightly Revelry Bodyguard 5, Bodyguard number 6. Bodyguard number 7, Bodyguard number 8. Luo Chen immediately tensed up, the number 1 player on the kill leaderboard. A bright red-named warrior, Nightly Revelry. At this moment, his level was a staggering 25. The 4 henchmen were all level 22 Taoists, each accompanied by 4 level 5 skeletons. Luo Chen didn't dare to make any rash moves. Ready to fly away at any moment, it wasn't that he was a coward. He just wasn't that stubborn. Nizayodi has disappeared. She didn't bring a torch at all, however. The party on the other side, Nightly Revelry, didn't seem to expect anyone to be here. Especially not the number 1 ranked player. After a moment, Nightly Revelry broke the silence first. Brother, don't make a move yet. Luo Chen was taken aback. What? You 5 people are afraid of me alone. But Yi Shengji clearly didn't think that way. Or perhaps he knew more inside information. So he maintained a sense of awe towards the strong. Brother, we should both know the serious consequences of PK. I'm not confident I'll survive. But you wouldn't want me to give up entirely, would you? Luo Chen then realized, this Yi Shengji really did know the secret of immortality and the crystal of destiny. Luo Chen then calmly asked, let's exchange information. Besides physique and spirit, do you have any extra destiny crystals besides here? Where else has a high drop rate for destiny crystals? Yi Shengji was taken aback for a moment, but then decisively replied, no one has any extra destiny crystals. Your Excellency the Apostle will now tell you 3 places with a relatively high drop rate. The Corpse King in the Corpse King's Palace, Da Yang in the Sealed Demon Valley, and the Scarecrow in the Unknown Dark Palace. Luo Chen was overjoyed. It seemed Luo Chen considered him one of his own. But outwardly, he nodded. All the major bosses have a drop rate. Nightly Revelry frowned and retorted, brother, everyone knows that. Even all monsters at night have a chance to drop it. But the probability is too low. Luo Chen interrupted him, knowing that too much talk could lead to mistakes. So what do we do now? Well, Nightly Revelry looked around and noticed only a few remaining Corpse Kings. He hesitated. Brother, are you really all alone? Luo Chen remained silent, his face expressionless. The other party immediately realized he had asked a rather foolish question and quickly tried to salvage the situation. The Corpse King's palace in the beach mine has been booked by the Zhang family of Lingyan. If you can help me establish myself here, I'll give you a destiny crystal ghost. How about that? After saying this, Yi Shengji felt a little uneasy. The crystal he mentioned had very limited uses, except for a few specific factions. Moreover, he meant he was booking the entire place. Although the other side seemed weak. Who knows if they might be a reclusive master or a powerful family with a long-standing tradition. Before Luo Chen could reply, Naiziodi suddenly appeared from the darkness and slashed at empty air. Luo Chen understood she wanted it. Yi Shengji instantly realized, this newbie god is definitely not simple. Fortunately, no conflict occurred. In the following time, Naiziodi decisively killed 5 corpse kings at the same time, showing off her ferocious green poison. The 4 bodyguards worked together very well. Each restraining one of them, Luo Chen didn't make a move. Standing calmly to the side in reality, he was secretly checking Night Revelry's equipment. After seeing the equipment, Luo Chen realized, no wonder this guy has a huge red name. His weapon was actually a cursed Rakshasa sword with a level 10 curse. A level 15 Rakshasa with 15-0 attack and plus 10 curse. Plus a devil necklace with 2 accuracy and 2-0 attack. 2 death gloves with 0-2 defense and 1-2 attack. And 2 blue crystal rings with 0-2 magic defense and 1-0 attack. Nightly Revelry focuses on minimum attack, meanwhile. Yi Shengji was also checking Luo Chen's equipment, and was so shocked that he was speechless. This newbie god is definitely a hidden master. He decisively traded the Destiny Crystal Ghost to Luo Chen and proactively added him as a friend. Let's exchange items from now on. Luo Chen agreed. 6 minutes later, all 5 zombie kings collapsed to the ground, leaving the 4 bodyguards deeply shocked. After picking up his belongings, Luo Chen was about to ask Naiziodi how to leave when she suddenly vanished. Without further hesitation, Luo Chen greeted the others and decisively returned to the city. After a while, a large number of players from the Nightly Revelry faction began to appear in the Corpse King's palace, and they quickly took over the entire map on the other side. Upon returning to Bichan City, Luo Chen confirmed that Fatty Jin was online, and then teleported directly to warehouse room 222. Luo Chen had just greeted the fat man opposite him when a silver-haired female Taoist priest suddenly appeared beside him. Fatty Jin nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Uncle Sihu's this beautiful lady, I can't see her name. And how did she get in? Luo Chen was also taken aback for a moment, but then interrupted Fatty Jin, there's a lot you don't know. Then he frowned and asked, have you bought that Destiny Crystal worth 900? 0 credits yet, forgetting his initial shock. Fatty Jin excitedly replied, I bought it. I bought it with my own monies. Someone in the industry is already secretly buying it. They've asked for 500,000, but there's no upper limit. Luo Chen's heart sank. There really are quite a few masterminds behind this. He asked casually, what attribute is your Destiny Crystal, a charm? Fatty Jin replied somewhat uncertainly. I asked for 1 million but they only offered 60. Luo Chen was genuinely embarrassed. Charm, huh? Aside from vixens, who would want that? It really could cause Fatty Jin to suffer a small loss. Unexpectedly, Naiziodi suddenly slashed Luo Chen with her knife. What the hell? Luo Chen was immediately annoyed. You're a female ghost. And you're already so beautiful. What do you need a charm crystal for? The problem is I can't afford it at this moment. Naiziodi opened the trade window with Luo Chen and began placing items. The gold bracelet from Magic 3, the gold bracelet of Dao 2. Ebony bracelet with 2 magic resistance and 1 defense. Attack 2's sturdy gloves, the gold ring from Tao 3. Luo Chen watched Naiziodi's frantic trading, as if she were going through her entire fortune, and felt a mix of indescribable emotion, a sense of helplessness, and even a touch of heartache. Beautiful ladies, these are far from enough in the end. Naiziodi hesitated for a moment, then surprisingly placed a gold bar, 1 million gold coins, and a level 35 Taoist skill book Summon Divine Beast on it. Luo Chen's defenses were immediately broken. What the hell, Naiziodi, are you really going all out? Giving up even the rare skill books you might use in the future? Now that the beautiful woman has already expressed her emotions, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, accepted the transaction. and then rummaged through his own inventory again before reluctantly taking out the crescent blade. Fatty. Uncle Bird said he wouldn't let you lose out. So he'll keep his word. This crystal of destiny charm, Sai has got your back. After saying that, Luo Chen showed you everything in his backpack, including the Summoning Divine Beasts book and 2 Crescent Blade books. I've brought out all my possessions. Give me an estimate. Fatty Jin was shocked. Uncle Bird. You're not going to pass, and you're almost level 28. Right now, the price of Half Moon Slash is already 50 million gold coins, 100. 0 credits per book, all right. Then I'll keep 1 copy of Crescent Blade for now. Luo Chen listened to the advice and readily agreed. Fatty Jin was dumbfounded, speechless. Uncle Sai. Is that what I meant? Oh, then he sighed, his expression turning serious. Uncle Bird. You absolutely can't be blamed for losing money on this destiny crystal. I opened it out of curiosity. Otherwise it would have been worth far more than 1 million. Luo Chen agreed. That's right. A destiny crystal without any attributes is definitely valuable. Fatty Jin hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, how about this? We'll give you 900,000 first. Uncle Bird can gradually deduct the payment for the goods. What do you think? Installment, and it's a personal loan. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Kim Jong-un declared righteously. I believe in Sai's character, but in fact, he fully assessed the earning power of the newbie god, only 2 days after the server opened. He had already obtained so many good items. And if the equipment on the newbie god were sold, someone would want it for 2 million credits. Many of today's top-tier wealthy individuals seem to have gone mad, frantically searching for the best equipment available. This has led to a continued surge in sales of gaming helmets, with many players flocking to Apocalypse New Century to farm gold. The market is absolutely booming right now. A dozen minutes later, Fatty Jin quoted the price. Uncle Bird. I'll give you a package deal for all of these things. Let's say 450,000. Then he decisively traded for the charm crystal and said, there's still a shortfall of 450,000, which will be deducted from Bird Uncle's next transaction. Is that all right? Liu Chen took the crystal, handed it over to Nizai Odiant, then laughed casually. Trust is mutual. Actually hesitated for a moment, wanting to get the summoned divine beast back as well, since Nizai Odi would need it later. But after thinking about it, decided against it. After all, one shouldn't try to take advantage of everything besides. Nizai Odi is currently at most level 24, far from level 35. With their strength, are they worried about not being able to defeat her later? After a moment of silence, Nizai Odi, who was standing next to her, suddenly popped a bubble into her head. Come to the beach weapon shop, we're waiting for you. After saying that, she disappeared. Luo Chen was immediately pleasantly surprised. Nizai Odi's speech had become more fluent after using that ghost crystal. The chubby guy next to him was a little puzzled. Uncle Bird. Why doesn't your wife use voice chat? Not many people type in-game anymore. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and casually remarked. Her gaming pod got flooded after saying hello. He returned directly to the city and then used the veteran's teleportation to the beach weapon shop, which was the upgraded advanced blacksmith shop. Jin Pangzi frowned and muttered to himself, isn't the gaming pod supposed to have free after-sales service? If it gets wet, just get it repaired. Is it even possible for a gaming pod to get wet? After teleporting to the weapon shop, Luo Chen discovered that the number of players there was comparable to that of the warehouse. Furthermore, the collision area is ignored here. At this moment, the silver-haired female Taoist appeared before him. Bubbles rising from her head. 0404, rent for 4 hours. Luo Chen understood. Opened the blacksmith apprentice NPC next to him, which appeared in the Apocalypse New Century. I don't know why this NPC exists. Selected room 404. And chose hourly rental for 4 hours. The fee is 100,000 gold coins, or 200 yuan. Damn it. Luo Chen thought to himself, this price. How much does it cost to rent a room by the hour in real life? A moment later, and the silver-haired purple-eyed female Taoist priest appeared together in the hourly rate room. Room 404 suddenly. Luo Chen felt that spending 200 yuan was somewhat worthwhile. Cough cough, what are you thinking? It must be Nai Xiaodi's charm crystal. The silver-haired beauty certainly had no idea what Luo Chen was thinking. She remained silent for a moment, then bubbles floated up. Buy 60% purity black iron ore and 3G blue jadeite. Luo Chen frowned and guessed, buying black iron ore. With a total purity of 60 or higher. So I can upgrade my weapon, Infernal. The silver-haired beauty lightly slashed at him. Understood. Luo Chen looked around and clicked on the blacksmith's apprentice in the private room. Sure enough, the interface showed a large number of black iron ore and ordinary jewelry for consignment. Similar to an auction house. Oh, no wonder there are so many players here. But then again, don't you have to go to the weapon shop in Shabak to upgrade your weapon? Can't you do it here too while lost in thought? Luo Chen bought 6 pieces of iron ore with a purity of 10 and 3 blue jade necklaces with a normal attack power of 2-2. Spending a total of 150,000 gold coins. You know what, mining is pretty promising. A single piece of iron ore can sell for 20. Even if you mine 2 pieces an hour. That's still more profitable than driving a Didi delivery driver. After purchasing the material scouted by Nai Xiaodi, Luo Chen placed the purgatory item in his hand and nervously clicked the upgrade button. If we fail, we'll both suffer a huge loss. Luo Chen said with an uneasy, wry smile. Nai Xiaodi uttered 2 words, don't worry. Half an hour later, it should be 1 hour in Shabak. Luo Chen took out a purgatory sword marked with an asterisk, holding it in his hand with considerable trepidation. He didn't even prepare a shim, so we don't know if it's reliable or not. Nai Xiaodi spun around excitedly, then after a long pause, blurted out 2 words, hit me. Luo Chen said with a smile, how could I bear to hit you? But his weapon slashed out decisively. Only in the private room, a truly safe zone, would Luo Chen feel comfortable taking action. With a swift slash, the weapon was successfully upgraded. The attack from Purgatory has become 0.26. This delighted Luo Chen. More attacks meant the price would at least double. Continue, Nai Xiaodi was not satisfied. Luo Chen was taken aback, beautiful lady. There really is a chance of failure, what if it breaks? It'll delay our leveling up, with luck. There's nothing to fear, Nai Xiaodi is quite persistent. A sudden realization dawned on Luo Chen, beautiful lady. My lucky 10 can even be used to upgrade weapons, yes. 7 times a day is stable. Call me Xiaodi, her typing is getting smoother and smoother. It seems that the ghost crystal has a great effect on her. Luo Chen now understood. It must be his luck that he could upgrade his weapon 7 times in 1 day. Okay Xiaodi, no problem Xiaodi. Luo Chen spent another 150,000 yuan on materials. Half an hour later, holding the 027 purgatory crystal, Luo Chen completely believed Nai Xiaodi's words, damn it. From now on, I'll just buy 1 destiny crystal and throw it away. By the time the hourly rate for the room was almost over, Luo Chen was already holding the infernal weapon with an attack power of 0.31. And he was trembling with excitement. Nai Xiaodi hovered in front of him several times. But Luo Chen didn't dare to strike her, hit me. Nai Xiaodi's emotions were very strong. Luo Chen hesitated for a few moments, then finally closed his eyes and slashed down fiercely. Brush, the infernal realm of attacking levels 032 is born. Luo Chen shouted excitedly, and Nai Xiaodi ran around him excitedly. After the initial excitement, Luo Chen asked Nai Xiaodi for confirmation, can I only level up 7 times a day? Nai Xiaodi steadied herself, and 2 minutes later a large bubble finally emerged. Lucky 10, not a panacea. Increases the probability of low probability events. Same weapon 7 times a day, safe understood. After returning to the safe zone, it was already past 7 p.m. Luo Chen thought for a moment, then teleported to warehouse room 222, Fatty. Help me list this weapon in your circle. With the name, exchange for several destiny crystals. or 1 billion gold coins. When Fatty Jin saw the stats Luo Chen displayed, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Holy crap. Everyone was just discussing how a super awesome weapon suddenly appeared in the player equipment rankings. And it turns out it belongs to Sai, the incredulously. He asked 7 successful weapon upgrades, my god. How is that possible? Luo Chen, basic operations, don't be silly. Then frowning he asked, is it up? Fatty Jin immediately complied. This is the best advertisement to boost brand awareness.